Right.
Let's go to That's again intercession for us. Let's go to Isaiah 53 and verse 12. It says, "Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he hath poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressions." Whose transgressions? The Israelites' transgressions. All of this is what leads up to Romans chapter 11. Okay,
he just reading. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This is part two, but part one, when I was watching this stuff, I was falling asleep like around the 40-minute mark and all the way to this point. So I like really lost with these connect these dots because I fell asleep because he really wasn't connecting dots. Like he's make believing connecting dots. Okay, he's trying to justify Romans 11. It's just bad, and you see how they just don't read. Like, why not just read Romans 11, first verse to the last verse, go over what was said, and then backtrack and support. See, don't you argue your argument first, and you produce the evidence of your argument? The argument is Romans 11. So let's just read that in context, first verse to the last verse. Let's talk about what was said, and then give what you believe, and then you support it. Then you go back and start supporting it. These guys do it backwards. These guys have a scripture, a controversial or a scripture in question, a controversial scripture. They'll have a controversial scripture, and they'll talk about it. They'll even pull it up, but they won't read it. They'll read maybe a part of it, but they won't read it. They'll stop, and then they'll go into a whole. But it's a tactic of most cults. They want to prepare your mind for where they're going to go, because if they just read it now, you're gonna not go. You're gonna believe. You're gonna side with me. They know that. If anybody just read Romans 11, you're gonna come up with what you come up with. Same thing with the virgin birth. You just read Matthew 1, you're gonna come up with a virgin birth. Somebody got to guide you away from what you're going to naturally understand, your natural conclusion, and prepare your mind to receive a different understanding. Same thing here. Same trick. They just can't read it top to bottom and talk about what was said, and then go back and show, cross references. You're supposed to cross reference once you read it. These guys cross reference and then read it. But he has yet to read Romans 11 top to bottom and an hour and 22 minutes. This is the same tactic they do with the virgin birth. Just keep in mind, some of these guys, we gotta make them come to Matthew 1:18. They won't even go there. The book of Matthew, period. They'll have you Solomon, King David, this, that, and you gotta be like, wait, can we read the virgin birth? If y'all recall, me and Minister Meach used to like force them or sometimes beg them, hey, let's just read. I remember when I was debating Arayla, I had to like force this guy, twist his wrist to get to Matthew 1:18. Yeah, he would not let me read it. Deacon, same thing. It took so long. When I was on Deacon Live, like he had to promise me, like, yeah, okay, you get the last word. And we finally touched on Matthew 1:18 late. Captain, it was kind of my fault. I kind of went around the world. But then I had to force him to let me get there. I had to twist his arm. Like, yo, let me get there. And then we got there. He really ain't had no dispute. So same thing here. This Romans 11 debate, they don't want to read it. And matter of fact, I got to clip his blunder on Isaiah. No, Romans 9 and 6. Okay. I'm definitely going to do that. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna do that. So let me pull it up over here.
Yo, what's up? This is Stacy.
What was that?
Oh, that's the. I don't know why I thought that was Stacy. Okay.
Oh no. So what I was saying was, I said start from like the 40-minute mark until where I'm at now, where I left off at. I was dozing off in between because this is so boring. Okay.
Yeah, no, now, it is, bro.
We're an hour, and it's not edifying. So we're an hour and 22 minutes, 37 seconds in. And I'll just
For some reason, bro, I can't hear anything you said after an hour and 22 minutes.
Yeah, I had lost connection. Yeah, I lost connection.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I couldn't hear anything you said after an hour and 22 minutes.
Yeah, so it took, we're that far in, and he never read Romans 11 in full.
This man is taking the longest time, man.
But they did the same thing with the virgin birth. Like, we had to twist their wrist just to read it. Like, they'll take us to prophecies, and this person said that, and John this. I'm like, yo, can we read the virgin birth? Ain't that why you pulled up?
Right.
Nah, we'll get there. Let me just, it's that. God damn. So Romans 11 is their hiccup. And I'm a backtrack. That's hot. That's hot. So I'm a backtrack, and I'm gonna find when he argued with himself, Romans 9 and 6. Now, when I find that, because I want to clip it. See, I was talking over it last time, but I'm gonna go back and find that one. I'm just gonna play it without you. Maybe you go. I'm gonna go mute. Go on mute. I'm gonna play it until he get done arguing himself. Then I'm gonna we can talk, because I want my own clip on that, because that was hilarious. My man picked an argument with himself and then got upset. Start cursing.
Hey, what'd you say about my mama? Shut up, fool.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, this dude really just do that. Yeah, my connection was good all up until this time. And yeah, I had this debate just now. It's people are one West when they're not even one West. Like, it's just a mindset. Yes. Okay, go. Hold on.
You're right. It's a mindset. Just like being a Gentile. It's a mindset.
Yeah. So what do you do with the sausage? So I just had an argument with a guy who was because he's always trying to win a debate with me. Like, he's obsessed with trying to beat me in a debate. So he was trying to recall an argument that it was like a three-way argument. It was me, him, and the guy Unk. He called himself the guy killer. Unk West, the guy killer. He tried to recall a three-way conversation we were having about chess. And he said that I said they couldn't play chess because I disagree with some of the moves they were making, right? So now this is before the pandemic, by the way. So I'm trying to recall, or yeah, it's before the pandemic. So I'm trying to recall. Yeah, it's definitely before the pandemic. So I mean, dude, this is. I keep saying, wow. I kept saying 3 years ago. It's actually 4 years ago. I kept saying 3 years ago. Okay, so this is a 4-year-old conversation that he's claiming he recalls it verbatim. So I'm like, dude, I don't trust your memory. I said, cause I barely remember why I said certain things. So as we're talking, and he's like, she's assuring me I said this. I'm like, of course you're gonna say I said that. It fits your argument. But I said, let's go with that. So I said, if I said you guys couldn't play because I disagreed with some of your moves, maybe amateur moves, I said, maybe you took what I said literal. And this is what happens in Black culture because we have a lot of slang in the way we talk. So when I say you can't play, like in basketball, if I see a guy miss a layup constantly, I'm going to say he can't play. Does that mean he can't pick up a basketball and dribble it and pass it? So like now he was being that literal, but he was being that literal. So I'm like, I guarantee you, if I said you could, again, I'm trying to recall what he said I said. So I'm like, bro, if I said you couldn't play, I wasn't being literal. I'm saying that you're just making moves and they're like not recommended. And so I'm like, in the chess world, in any world sports, they're going to say you can't play, even though you can play.
Right.
Right. So I'm like, yes, if I said that, then I really just meant you weren't good at it. You know, it's not a big deal. Oh, nah, you were saying this. I'm like, I'm telling you my mind state because now he don't know how good he know I play chess, but he doesn't know how really deep I'm into chess. He doesn't know that.
Right.
So I'm trying to let him know. I'm like, dude, like, listen, I know what I was saying chess because I'm very good at it and I know the rules top and bottom. So I know what I would say and won't say. Okay. So I'm not disclosing that I'm like very, very good in chess and I know all the rules. I'm not because I don't have to. Because you know that's gonna. I'm just letting them know, like, dude, I'm telling you my mind state. If I said that, I meant it this way. No. So now he's gonna tell me how I meant it. Like, all right, whatever. So now it's a two-part argument. So now he's saying he know the rules, right? So I'm like, well, you don't know the rules. So then he'll say, I know the rules. And then when I go to question him on the rules, he'll say, well, I know the rules about this and that, this and that. So I'm like, well, you can't see know the rules then. That's a general,
right.
statement that you're saying you know the rules. So, and bro, we're talking in circles because he's like Captain Cesario because he don't when you got him, he'll ask you questions and no answers questions and I don't want I just want to talk about what we're talking about. So
And
I said this.
This is Unc.
No, this is the other guy. So I said this. I said, okay, you're saying you know the rules. I'm saying you don't. Where we go from there? So now, obviously, let's find out, right? But he didn't say that. He said something else. Like, oh, I'm like, yo, dude, like. So now I asked him about castling. He said, no, that's not a rule because before I asked him other things, he said that's not a rule. It's a strategy. So I'm like, all right, okay, it's a strategy. So so I said, all right, castling. That's a strategy. I said, no, that's a rule. And then now, of course, he did not know the rules. He claimed he forgot. Brother, trust me. If you play chess like he said you play chess, you don't forget the rules of basketball. I don't give a damn. Retired 50 goddamn years. You know the rules of basketball.
That's like saying, what is a travel? And I'm like, oh, I forgot about that rule. You don't forget. Like,
nah, come on. Especially if you already knew the rules.
Like, hey, like, oh, I forgot I was supposed to stop at a red light. Like,
right.
Certain things you don't forget.
Yeah, I ain't
so that's a bad
excuse. Yeah. So that's what he was doing. So you lost. He said, I'm lost the argument. And everything is a lose or win with him. You know, like you and I can have a casual conversation about, let's say, something neutral. We have a casual conversation about the birth control.
Yeah.
Okay. Just like there's no win or loss. We're just going over like, you give me your religious position on it, and I'm giving you a non-religious position on it, right? That is it. Then you come back and say, hey, you lost that one. Like, lost what? So like that's anytime there's a disagreement, he looks at it as a win or a loss. It's like, no, we just having a conversation. So, but that reminded me. So if you are pro-life, then that means, aren't you like Republican?
Well, okay. I talked to my wife about this. I was like, I don't think you need to be pro-life or pro-choice. I don't think it needs to be one or the other. And that's where I start to understand, like, if you're only given two options and you're saying these are the only two options when in fact they're not, I believe that if, like I said, if something happens. All right, hold up. All right, my earbuds went out. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe, like, if something happens to the woman and, like, she's actually gonna die, that something needs to happen. They can, deliver the baby, cool, but if something has to happen, like, okay, that's what has to happen to preserve
No.
life.
Yeah. But you gave a situation. That's not what I asked. I asked about the
Oh,
position
okay.
because
I'm thinking, but let me just give you why I said that. I'm thinking pro-life is no abortions at all in any sense, and
no,
pro-choice
yeah.
is yeah.
Pro life can be that, or okay. The Catholic Church don't care about the woman even dying. When they say no abortions, it's no abortions. The woman must die, the baby lives. That's the Catholic original position. They don't believe in prophylactics under any condition. So you guys, the Protestants modified the original position. The position is none of that stuff. No prophylactics, no birth control, or no abortion under any circumstances. Protestants came and modified that in kind of like a liberal sense. Well, we can wear condoms. And by the way, I don't know if you know the history of like prophylactics, but this country was anti condoms.
Anti what?
Condoms.
Oh, that's why they push condoms into school at a certain point. Okay.
Yeah. So that was Margaret Sanger. So that's why the religious community hates her, and they got like a lot of false propaganda behind her. They of course they got a lie to make you evil. That's what religious folks normally do. Like when they disagree with you, they don't just disagree with your stance. They'll paint you out to be a demon, especially when they when they adamantly disagree with you, or no, better word, when they vehemently disagree with you. Now the religious community usually start to I'm not saying all, but this is usually what they do collectively. They'll paint you to be a devil, basically. Like forget about your argument, how sound it is. They'll just paint you as a devil. So that they painted Margaret Sanger as a devil and refused to like deal with her arguments. So her arguments was birth control, right? It was with via prophylactics. It wasn't real. It wasn't her argument was not abortions. It was her original argument. It was prophylactics. Okay, abortions was going on before Margaret Sanger ever was thought of. She just came around saying, hey, there need to be a safer way for abortion. So basically, she was giving a solution to a bad practice. Americans were already doing abortions, but abortions were done by anybody. The plumber, the barber, they were done by anybody, and women were dying, babies getting, being injured. So Margaret Sanger said, hey, if you guys are going to do abortions, then let the professional experts do them, okay? Which would be doctors or the medical industry. That was her argument. If you're going to do them, let them be done correctly. But she definitely was known for condoms. This country was against her condom approach, okay? Because this country was like kind of like Catholic, strong Catholic views, and they were against condoms. So when people come behind and start to modify their position with the well, if the mother is about to die, then they're really amending the original position, the original religious position. And even if you're pro condoms, you are now pretty much borrowing from the pro-choice people, because the pro-choice people was saying, hey, the pro-choice was saying, hey, condoms. The religious folk was saying, screw all that. So some religious folks start to like, same thing like you could say like with gay pastors, right? Or what I mean, like the original position is none of that stuff, right? That stuff is right. Abomination. Okay, but then people start to take more of a liberal approach and say, yeah, well, nothing wrong with same-sex marriage. They start to make amendments.
Right.
So there's original position and there's amended position. But here's the problem. People got amended position and don't know it. And that's what I'm saying. The original position was no birth control under any circumstance, not even the mother going to die. The baby, like they look at the baby is more important anyway. The mom lived her life. Go, you can go now. Plus, like the reason for life anyway is to be fruitful, multiply. So after you have given a baby, like in some forms of nature, once you have offspring, they
You've
die
done
anyway.
your job.
Yeah.
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 No, and I see that side too, because I thought about that too. But I'm like, man, like, would I let my wife go? Like, that's the hard part. But I see the rationale in that stance.
See,
And
because
I don't particularly hold that stance just because of my emotional ties with my wife. That's
but
the hard part for me.
but let me show the contradiction in that, because I argued with a brother who was religious, not Bible, he was into Islam, and he said what you said. He was against abortions, but he said under a circumstance of what you said, the mother. So I'm like, so you're not against abortion? It's like, do you know what against abortion means? That means no abortion. That means close all the clinics. But we can't close the clinics because you're saying keep them open in case this happens. So I'm like, so you're not abortion, you're not anti-abortion. Because if you're anti-abortions, you're anti-abortions. You can't be anti-smoking crack and take a hit once every year for like a holiday. Like, dude,
Watch
smoke
me.
crack.
Watch me.
Yeah. So you're actually pro-abortion under special circumstances, but even still, you're for abortion. You know why? Because the Catholic Church would say they were considering pro-choice because they would disagree with that stance. They'll say, no, mom's gotta die. And they're gonna look at you no different than me at that point. Because you're all of a sudden miraculously pro-abortion when you say you weren't. Not you, you too, but everybody who take that stance. Like they don't understand they're actually pro-abortion, just not on a level as people like me. But you're still, if you had to choose a side, no abortion under no circumstances, or abortion under special circumstances, you'll be on my side. So that's why I asked.
No, if I had to choose a side, if you're telling me I have to choose a side,
yeah.
I would say no abortion.
Right. So then don't throw in a special condition with the mom. Like you just no abortion. But once you throw in a special condition,
Yeah.
Yeah, because
look, I'm saying it because like how I am when I talk about certain things, it becomes very real in my mind, and my wife's pregnant right now, so I'm just not trying to think about that right now. So,
right,
but I am technically in that no abortion category. Because now that I'm thinking about it, what you just said about about the Roman Catholic position with the baby, that's something that I have thought of, and it's a valid point.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, yes. So what you can't do is take yourself out of real life. Like, see, what happens is you're living a lie. Because if you're saying no abortions under any circumstance, but then you're saying, but in real life, something happened to my wife, then that means you're not anti-abortion. That's just the point. Like your true feelings, your true reality feelings is that you are pro-abortion, but just under special circumstances. But either way, you're still pro-abortion because those who don't have circumstances going to see you as pro-abortion because you have circumstances. If that make any sense? The true anti-abortionists don't have circumstances. So that, like I said, back to crack. I don't smoke crack except for once a year. So that means you can't be anti-drugs.
Yeah,
you can't be active against drugs.
But my thing is so like when it comes to a lot of things, like when it comes to judgment of like what's right and what's wrong, I take my feelings out of it because how I feel doesn't matter about what's necessarily right or wrong. I could feel like something is right when in actuality it's wrong. So this is how I view it. I view it in the sense that, okay, if I'm just going to, unalive a baby, and that's how I hold it as a child at any stage, that's murder. But if in the same retrospect, my wife is delivering and she dies and say we know about it, and I could make the call to unalive my child or unalive my wife, I would choose the child because I'm preserving life. If that makes sense. That's
No,
my view. We don't have to
no,
critique it right now
no.
because this is
But
yeah.
it doesn't make sense because because your call was not to unalive your wife. That was nature's call. Your call was to unalive your baby because nature says if you leave her alone she's going to
She's
have the
gonna
baby.
die. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're not making a call.
Well, yeah, you know what
her.
I'm. You know, it's kind of a call. It's kind of not. I'm not like saying like she should die. It's like, oh, I want my baby to be born. I'm not.
But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, if you let it play out naturally and you stop
Yeah.
it, you are making a call. But if it play out naturally and you let it play out naturally, you didn't make a call. You let something play out naturally.
Right, but lack of a decision is still a decision.
But
You don't think so?
No, because well, you're making a call, so you can't have it both ways. You don't realize you're doing that, but you're doing that. Like you're kind of double speaking, double-minded person, stable in all his ways.
Y'all get out of here, man.
Okay, now you are because you're saying one thing, then you're backtracking. You said you don't want to unalive a baby, but then you will. Under this circumstance, it doesn't matter. Like
no, I'm saying I backtrack. I'm restating my position. I wouldn't even in that situation.
Okay, so now let's go back to making a call. If you let nature play out, if you let a flower grow, you didn't make a call. You let a flower grow. If you stop the flower from growing, you made the call to stop from growing. So if a woman is pregnant, she's going to have the baby. That's the process. Nothing you can do about it. Okay, it's nothing you can do to help her have the baby. She's going to have it. Okay, let me see you again. Okay, so therefore you didn't make a call. You just let life play out like you're supposed to. But if you step in and stop that process, you just made a call. But letting something happen is not making a call.
Okay. Yeah. No, I see your point. No. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, drive. If I watch you hop in your car and go to work, I didn't let you go to work. Unbiased made a call to let me go to work. No, you went to work. Now, if I stop you, I made a call. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. No, I see you. Yeah. No, that's right. I agree with that.
Yeah. So the reason why I asked the political position is that it is just two choices, because if you are unaliving the child for any reason, that's like a liberal position. But if you're not unaliving the child for any reason, like that's a conservative position. It's just that black and white. So if you are pro-life, then you'll be forced to side with your Republican government, because when or you're elected, you'll be forced to vote somebody Republican, because especially like a governor or whatever, because they make that decision, not the federal government no more. So it's the state governors who make the decision now. So now, if you really are passionate about, that right there, then that's going to sway who you vote for.
Yeah. Well, I don't vote. I don't vote for.
Okay.
Now, I just don't vote.
Now watch this. If your state, so like, would it matter either way if your state was pro-life or pro-choice, or you just let the politicians just do what they want to do?
You saying my state politically in the presidential side of things,
No.
or just?
It wouldn't be national. It would be state. It'll be a state by state thing. I'm just saying, like your state, your original state. Like I'm trying to get your understanding. So, do you feel like
living there? Would it bother me?
Yeah, like okay. So, do you feel like, listen, man, they're gonna do what they do. It's in God's hands. I ain't voting. Whoever is there, they're doing God's plan. So if it's a Republican governor, he's going to be pro-life, no abortions. That's God's plan. If it's a Democratic governor, most likely he's going to be liberal and he's going to be pro-abortion. And you either way, it doesn't matter. It's just God's plan. Or do you feel a certain way if it's a governor that's pro or not?
No, to be honest, it really doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that's how I am. Like I have a strong opinion on it, but I don't get involved in politics. It's like whatever's gonna be is just gonna be.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. and I look at it more from a biblical perspective that, you know, whatever's happening is God's will, and we're supposed to bow to it. So if there's people in power that want to kill a bunch of babies or fetuses, whatever you want to call them, you know,
Unalive.
let that happen. Yeah. Unalive. Sorry, my bad. Unalive, you know,
Checking my
let
channel
that be
back.
God's will and let it be for our betterment, you know, let it be something that we don't look to and be like, oh, this is right because they said it's right. Like, no, look at it and be like, you know, we got to be a better example. We got to, you know, teach our kids in a different way than what our country's being led in, you know.
You know what? Speaking of that, so there was this high school guy that black guy. He about like 6'7", like he was like a top 100 high school player in the country, right? And like he had some deep, so obviously got hella D1 offers because there's hundreds of thousands of boys playing basketball, and you made the top 100. So this guy was caught on this guy. He was caught on tape, basically doing exactly what Puff Daddy did. Exactly that, right?
Dang.
So he of course he had to serve 3 years. He had like a 5-year but 3-year mandatory. And that's what the judge gave him. The white lady gave him that, right? But he did exactly what Puff Daddy did. So I'm not lightening what he did. Like he did that. So 3 years he gave him. So of course his career is over. It's crazy because top 100. I got to do 3 years. So he got out. He played for professional ball somewhere, and then try to go to the NBA draft. Nobody drafted him because of the background, obviously. Now, another case happened this way. Some white people were on a bridge, a 60-foot bridge, and they were thinking about jumping off, into like the water down. You at the bottom. You ain't going to do that. So this one white girl was thinking about it. It looked like she wasn't going to do it because ain't nobody else jump either. So now another white lady behind her, I'm saying white lady, they're like 20 years old or whatever. I guess white lady behind her, but they all young, like 2019, was behind her and just pushed her ass over the 60-foot drop, right, the bridge. She falls in there, breaks ribs, collapsed lungs. To me, yes. I see, that's nice. Okay, you know how long she got sentenced in prison?
How long?
She got 2 days.
Wow.
So now I guarantee you, her physical issues, problems that happened with her, was worse than the guy. When the guy beat up the girl like he did, like Cassie got beat up, like that was more like it hurt it, but nothing was broke. That's more like a psychological, something happened. Like mentally, it just bothered them. Like it was traumatic, but nothing was broke. This chick got broken ribs, collapsed lung, and that is seen less than what Puffy did to Cassie. But it's really the guy, but I'm giving you like a visual. That scene apparently in the eyes of the court, that scene, even though she suffered worse than Cassie, like she got broken ribs, lungs, and that type of stuff. Can't walk, but the person who pushed her to her death basically got 2 days in jail. And really, she wouldn't got that. The prosecution, all the prosecutors, they was giving her just no jail time. That's the deal. The judge rejected and gave her 2 days. So I'm thinking, like, damn, like this guy got a lot more going on than the other girl. Like, you know what I mean? If you want, because it's like the race play a part in the judicial system. Like she ultimately pushed her to her death. Like basically 60-foot drop in shallow water. I mean, the water obviously wasn't capable to handle a drop like that. No, damn. Wasn't capable to handle a drop like that. So she was pretty much pushed to her death. When you get kicked and punched like Cassie, that's not a death sentence. That's just kicks your ass. But somehow he serves 3 years, and I can't emphasize enough. He beat her up. She got like topical like injuries. Maybe a black eye, a sore mouth. Shit like that. This chick got internal stuff going on, life-threatening stuff. And the white girl, because she's young, They didn't want to ruin her life with prison, so they give her
You
2
talking about the
days.
Kentucky girl?
I don't know where they're from. I'm just watching court cam stuff.
Was it a white and a black girl?
No. They're all white.
Oh, got you. Okay.
They're all white. Yeah, there's no racial nothing here. They're all white. And now the black guy who beat up his girlfriend, she's actually in court on his behalf. You know how that happens. Ray Rice, like she's actually like not even wanting him to like, like there's no impact statement. She's like, he made a big mistake. He just needed help. So she's giving sympathy for the guy. 3 years. That other girl ain't do that for her victim. She making excuses. And her victim didn't forgive her. She's looking for like something happened to her. 2 days. This guy does 3 years. His life
That's
over,
tough,
her life continues. So I'm like, yo, what is up with this? But people will act like, hey, man, America, that wasn't race based. Now, can you imagine the white girl who pushed her? Can you imagine her being like the top 100 or something? Like she probably wouldn't even
guy. If that was the guy that caused internal suffering, he would have got more time.
Oh my God.
Think about if the situations were reversed, he would have got way more time.
Oh.
She wouldn't have even went to jail.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yes. But can you imagine the girl that pushed her? Can you imagine having his type of come up where she's the top 100 kid in something in the country? She probably wouldn't have got arrested with that type of hope behind her. That's called hope. When you got that much momentum behind you, like you're hopeful to have like a successful life, career. So normally the country would see more leniency because you got so much going for you. They don't want that one mistake to like crush everything you got going because the momentum you got. But somebody like me, they'll throw the book at me because they feel like, you ain't got much going on. Get your ass in prison. So like they overlooked what he had going on and still gave him 3 years. And this chick got nothing going on, like to that degree, and got pretty much just 2 days in jail. That was just crazy to me.
That's nuts, man.
And again, if you pushed her, she fell in the water, and she like ain't really like beat up too bad. Nah, okay, maybe. That was a bad thing to do. Luckily, she didn't get hurt. But this girl got crushed. 2 days.
It's crazy. Kind of off topic, but on topic. When we talk about things like outside of the Bible, I'm so interested in Bible talk. So when we talk about other stuff, it's not as interesting, but I'll still talk about it. That's fine. But even that is more interesting than the first hour and 30 minutes of this video that we're watching.
Yeah.
Like, bruh.
Yo, hopefully, I'm gonna tell you right now. When I watched Nathaniel 7, Elder Nathaniel go in on the same topic, he was giving scriptures and scriptures and scriptures. It was not boring. He was giving you his whole hand. Here's my side. Defeat this. This guy is literally not saying anything. He's not saying anything.
Well, he just can't stay on topic. That's his main issue. Like he starts somewhere and then he's like just completely off of planet Earth by the time he's not even getting close to his point, and it's nuts.
But then he's gonna act like he is. Okay, so I said all that to say this. It's like, dude, what you just said does not tie into Romans 11. And the reason here's the trick. The reason why his followers don't know is because he did not read Romans 11.
Right.
So they actually don't know. And that's why they don't read it. Yep. We will read it first, and then this is what we'll do. We will read Romans 1 like you're supposed to do in any type of reading class. You read it first, then you go over what was read, and then you give your opinion, what you think happened, and then I'll say, well, why you think that? And then you go to your reasons why, your cross references. Well, because over here it said this. That's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Simple.
These guys give cross references without reading the damn passage.
No, they're going to explain something, and you're like, okay, why are we even going here? He right. like before he even read what was
You'll find
verse 1 of Romans 11. Look, before he even read verse 1 of Romans 11, He was like, well, before we get into Romans 11, verse 1, I have to establish something. Establish what?
Yeah, he was already, and then
Like,
he
bro.
didn't, and by establishing something, which he never did, he then went to like 20 different rabbit holes, and now we're Isaiah 53, and I have no idea why we're here.
Yeah, and then he's like talking about the angel of the Lord. I'm like,
Donnie.
what are we doing?
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna share my screen, but before I continue with his continued argument, I gotta go back and find his Romans 9 and 6, so I can make. I'm gonna be quiet, so I can make that a clip because he took clips off.
Yeah.
So I need that because I think ILCK. I think he's gonna take that and do something great with it.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Let me share my screen, and then I'm gonna go right over there. I'm gonna try to find that Romans 9 and 6. Don't they be having like don't they be having like remember I showed you the transcript? There you go. I'm surprised he allowed this. This guy argued.
Oh yeah, because now you can find where he's talking about stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Then remember, I called it. He tried to skip it.
Yep.
He was forced to deal with it. All right. So let's see if we can find that.
It's like when he teaches, he's teaching against every single op. Like,
right. He's thinking about Muslims. He's thinking about atheists.
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, I ended up live streaming right before this. My pastor was live, so I live streamed some of that, and then me and my dad were just talking about a few things.
Wait, say that again?
I said, before this, me and my dad, we were on live stream. You hear me? You hear me? Am I cutting out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear you now. You on live stream for who? Who was live?
Who was
live?
Yeah, I was live streaming. I was live streaming. My pastor. While he was live streaming, basically. Okay. I was live streaming his live stream, and me and my dad were on there, and we were just kind of talking about a few things. I was showing him some stuff. Dude, this dude funny, man.
When
so
did
he came. Huh?
Okay.
No, I was saying my dad funny. He came onto the Zoom. You know, he had the camera on. Dude had his shirt off. I ain't say nothing, and he left the camera. I'm thinking he gonna get his shirt on. He come back in with his shirt off, and I'm like, Pop, go put a shirt on, man. What you doing? Don't nobody want to see that.
I found it. I found the Romans 9. All right. Yeah, I didn't know it. So I must have been. I told you I was dozing off around. So okay, I must have been falsely around 37 mark. I didn't know he read Galatians 4 and 4.
He read what?
Galatians 4 and 4. Here, right here.
Isn't that our verse from the Virgin Birth?
When we look at Galatians 4 and 4,
hold on,
it says,
what's going on here?
For when the fullness of time has come, God.
Wait a minute.
Is this a silent concession?
Precedence
right.
of who Paul is writing to. Almost all of his epistles is addressed to the saints at these particular places, right? Galatians, I believe, doesn't say the word saints, but when we look at Galatians 4 and 4, it says, for when the fullness of time have come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law, to redeem them that are under the law, that we might receive the adoption of sons. Now, let's look up what the word we means. We, used by a speaker to refer to himself or herself and one or more other people considered together.
But the important stuff. Okay, because they're going to tell you that the Ethiopian that Philip was sent to, they're going to say he was Israelite, especially him. Remember, I caught him with that. I caught him with that one. Oh, that's an Israelite.
Oh, yeah, okay. I remember that.
Okay, can we read Ethiopian now?
Yeah.
Okay, can you go to Zondervan or go to your big dad? What's that guy named? Dad, that whatever that guy name is. Go define.
Strong's, yeah.
Go define Ethiopian. Hey, these guys.
I'm gonna see what Zondervan says. Yeah, let's see what he says.
This guy's be hilarious. All right, so but let me get to his Romans 9. I found it. Yeah, but you can look for what Zondervan says until I pull this up.
Oh, they got literally the Ethiopian eunuch. Oh, they literally have just a read up on him.
There you go. These guys are. It's funny because these same guys, before I got to that, these same guys would read somewhere, I think in Isaiah. No, not Isaiah. Somewhere, was it Isaiah or somewhere else? I think it was Hosea. Somewhere where God was saying he's gonna kill all the Ethiopians, right? And then we got this verse. I'm like, oh my God! So now that's why they gotta, because they'll brag about how God will kill the nation. So they'll bring up. It's a small book in the Old Testament. Hosea, something small, where God was like, I'm gonna destroy all the Ethiopians. So then when I read this in Acts, okay, stop it.
Bro, check out what it says in the beginning of this article. It's real quick. It says, a convert of the evangelist Philip, mentioned only in Acts 8. It says, the ethnic term Ethiopian was applied in Roman times to the area of East Africa and south of Egypt. Ethnic. That's funny.
That's in Zondervan?
That's in Zondervan, yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, in their compact version, it might not say that, but you should just still, if they bring out Zondervan on that topic, just be like, what does Zondervan say?
Yeah. So I just had the Romans. Let me go back.
Oh, okay, look at what he says too. Oh, wait, hold up. He says, it is most unlikely that this man was a Jew because eunuchs were forbidden to enter the congregation of Israel. And he gives scripture. Oh, I got to send this to you. I'm going to send this scripture to you.
Yeah, I'm sure I got that in my notes, but I don't have that laptop anymore. I mean, I have it, but it's just damaged. Yeah, so send that. Send that. All right. So
okay.
Where was I with this? Okay, so Romans 4. Yeah, Romans 6. Yeah, I just can't control find here because I'm on my iPad. I was about to pick up my other laptop and forgot. Because sometimes when I'm driving, I get like, I go into like my natural where I'm going on certain roads, and I forget about where I need to go. Okay, so we have Romans 9. Here you are. I'm here. We're here. Okay, here we go. This is when you get upset.
For they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Now, people.
That's the part he didn't want to read. Go. Come on. I'm trying to do this. What do you want? It's 10 o'clock. What do you want? Go get it. What do you want? Get it. You don't want anything.
Right? It says, not as though.
There you go. All right. So now because he's back here talking. So I'm gonna disconnect my audio, right? So you can't have background. And I'm gonna play this right here so I get it all.
All right. I'm gonna mute myself.
Disconnect my audio.
Saved, right? That's what he says, right? I'm gonna jump down. Let's keep reading, right? It says, not as though the word of God have taken none effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Now, Hebrew Israelites really kill me a lot of time, right? They use scriptures just completely out of context, not almost as much, right? Because no one takes a Bible verse out of context more than a Christian, so-called Christian, right? But Hebrew Israelites are also guilty of taking things out of context, right? Right, and not truly understanding what particular verses mean. Not all, it says, for they are not all Israel which are of Israel. People will take this and say, all Israel ain't Israel. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? How is, like, all Israel is not Israel? All monkeys are not monkeys. All birds are not birds. All lions are not lions. That's stupid. And you niggas gotta stop saying that, right? What this is saying, right, what Paul is addressing is the fact that you had people who were living in Israel proper, right? Specifically the Herodians, right? We look at Drusilla. She's called a Jewess, but she is the daughter of Agrippa, Herod Agrippa, right? Whose forefather is Herod the Great. And Herod the Great's father is Antipater or Antipater, however you want to pronounce it, right? Antipater, right? The Idumean, which is Edomite in Greek. So the Herodians are Edomites, right? I think Herod the Great's mother was an Israelite, if I'm not mistaken, right? But he's a heathen. He's an Edomite, but they're being called Jews. Herod's the king of the Jews. How is a non-Jew a king of the Jews? Right? Because when we look at Deuteronomy 17, we're not supposed to raise a king over us. That's not of our people. And that's exactly what happened. Right? So, again, that's not what's right.
All right. So they always volunteer information that they should not. That's incriminating and detrimental to their stance. He just said an Edomite. He just said an Edomite has a daughter who's a Jewish. Do we want to define Jewish? Want to look that up? Jewish. So, brother, you have an issue now. You have an issue now. Explain
now,
to me.
Jew or Jewish can be a Gentile.
But worse, explain to me how an Edomite can date. To be a Jewish, her mom would have to be a Jew, right? So
Dad. I think it's the dad.
No, well, he talked about a white guy. No, but he talked about a white king Ripper, right?
Herod. When you look at Herod's family tree, I forget who his father is. I gotta look at the family tree, but I think he's right. His mom was Jewish, but he's counting him out as being a Jew because only his mom's a Jew. But if that's true, his daughter would not be a Jewess.
Wait, hold on. You're right. Well, you kind of confused me because that's where I was going. You said I wasn't. So I'm saying somebody.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I'm saying somebody mother had to be a Jew, right?
Yeah.
Then what would her husband be?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. So it's like, because if the husband's a Jew, there's no big problem. But the way he just positioned it was that a woman was black, or what they say, they call black, right? Judah. And the husband had to be a European. And as a result, because I think only women are called Jewess. So as a result, they have a baby, and she's called Jewish. So what I was saying before you interrupt, I was saying this stops the bloodline thing, seed thing, because you just admitted, he just admitted that a white guy, black woman, and a baby determined by the mom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he just said. Now I got to verify. I'm not going to just quote him because he'd be wrong a lot. I got to verify this whole story, figure out their background before I introduce it, because that's going to be another case study.
Oh, hey, I'll be right back in the Zoom. I'm getting a call. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, because that's going to be another. When they ask, "Hey, where's an example?" I'll probably go that one first, just because they're not used to hearing that one first. You dig? But he sat there and said, "All lions, not lions." Dude, what the hell are you talking about? unless he's trying to say all lions are not lions. See, sea lions are they lions? Something dumb as that. Dude, that was the whole point. Paul was saying, not all Israel is Israel. Just because you are Israel by the flesh, it doesn't mean you're Israel by the elect or the spirit. Like that means that wherever the true Israelites are going, you're not coming because you're not Israel, even though you're Israel. That's what Paul's saying. But which is contrary to what they're saying, because they're saying if you're Israel, salvation and all this stuff is an inheritance for you. Romans 9:6 says otherwise. So I really wanted to have that as a clip. So if RLCK can use that on something, mix it up, it might be funny. Oh, monkeys ain't monkeys. Like, that's the best explanation you got for this? All right. So anyway, now I'm glad I got that clip. Now let me bump up to where we left off at.
But he understood. This is what leads up to Romans chapter 11. Okay.
So, as I said before, this lecture is called Romans 11 Explained, and he never explained it. An hour and 22 minutes and 37 seconds, he's saying it's finally leading up to Romans 11. You're working backwards. Like, it can't be that difficult. Why do they have to take an hour and 22 minutes and 37 seconds to explain Romans 11, and he didn't even explain it? So, as I was saying, like, this video is called Romans 11 Explained. In an hour and 22 minutes, 37 seconds, he didn't explain it yet. So it's like, dude, why is the video called that? Right? You should call it something else. Like maybe, I don't know what you could call it, but Romans 11 should not be in the title at all. So now he supposedly is going into it now.
Okay.
Yeah. I really believe. I heard it. I don't know if it's true, but I believe it's true. That IUIC, this is their argument. I really believe this. They were the fathers of this Israelite Gentile argument, because when Nathaniel was going in, he gave a plethora of out of context scriptures to support this doctrine. He gave a plethora, and I'm so glad he did, because the plethora he gave, I'm sure this guy knows, and he's not going to give it. He's going to like hide his hand and give like certain things. But everything Nathaniel 7 said, this guy believes that stuff too. Yeah, I caught Nathaniel 7 in a bold-faced lie. I mean, I don't know how you can trust this guy after this. I mean, bro, it's just sloppy. It's almost like this. You see that's in brackets and Luke 3:23. It's not there in the text. Mm-hmm. You could say that blindly and stand on that. That's wild. And then he grew after that. Bro, he said something just as bad as that.
I'm getting another call. Yeah. Are you right back? Hold on.
Yeah. So that guy is, IUIC leader is even a reader was like looking at him like, I don't know if that's saying what you're saying. Because the reader got to read it over and over and over. And as you explain, the reader's still looking at it. And you could tell by his face, he's looking like, that's not really what it's saying. And, when that seed is planted, they're gonna have a guerrilla Hebrew moment. When they no longer trust your understanding, your interpretation, they kind of like don't trust you anymore. And the respect they had for you as a leader, it starts to dwindle away, because they look at you as, oh, this guy's fallible. Something simple as this, he missed, and he's teaching it as it's true, and I know it's bull. And that be the beginning of these camp splitting right there. When the leader don't seek counsel with the other members to see if this actually says what they think it says. he like a lot of these leaders pretend like God is just guiding them alone, and everybody, like kind of like a prophet in the Bible, and everybody gotta just take their word as God is rightly, divinely, guiding them. All right, so let me go.
It's his people, the Israelites. Okay? Very, very clear. Okay? Even when we read again, verse 8 again, right? For the transgressions of my people was he stricken.
Yeah,
Point blank
but
period,
who will argue
right?
that?
So we already read.
Who will argue originally God's only people were Israelites? Like, who will actually argue that?
He's trying to make it so clear that when he just reads it into the text, he's going to be like, all those scriptures we just looked at, his people.
Yeah, right.
This is a dumb angle.
I mean, it's so you could tell that that nobody else like went over this with him. We could tell Hassad was in on this call, Deacon
Oh
was
yeah,
in on this call, or even Girly Hebrew. Like, this is something he came up with, and he got liberty to teach. So I'm just gonna teach. This is what I
yeah,
believe.
and it's like how I teach. If I have to prove something isn't there, I leave it open. I say, this is what I've seen so far in the scripture. If I'm mistaken, let me know. He's not letting anybody do that. He's like, no, this it's
Yeah,
impossible.
right. This is what
You
it
know.
is. Like, it's impossible. This is the understanding, because this God's people, so he can only be talking to his people.
And how old is this dude?
He looks the oldest he can be is 32. So he's in between 32 and 25.
That's crazy, bro. He seemed younger than me because he's just stupid.
Right. And he's really immature. He
Yeah,
curses
dude, for real.
he curses himself out when he doesn't understand the scripture properly. He's mad at his brain for not like getting it. Like, and he throws temper. So now watch
That's
this.
funny.
I got a trivia question for you.
Okay.
So how many births that God caused, births, baby conception that God caused because it couldn't happen naturally between women and men?
How many?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
let me see.
name the ones that you know
Okay, Rachel, Sarah, Hannah. I know there's more.
of. Samson mother, right?
Samson mother. Yeah, yeah. There might be one more, but I think that's it. Oh, Rebecca.
Mary.
Mary. Well, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah.
Are you
I
done?
thought you meant outside of Mary, so I was just naming that. I'm like,
Okay.
okay, what
Okay.
you looking
No,
at?
no, no, no.
Okay.
Just in case somebody's in the chat or watch this later, be like, "Yo, look, they both stupid. He didn't even name Mary." So I just wanted to say that just for, people down the line.
No,
Okay.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. Hey, that's interesting. Wait, that was okay. Wait, Rebecca, Sarah, Samson's mother,
Hannah,
Hannah, uh,
Rachel,
uh, Rachel, Elizabeth,
Leah,
Mary. That's 7.
Leah.
Leah. No. He didn't. No, he didn't.
Yes, yes, he did.
Where? Read it. I'm gonna fight you on this.
Well, you
Actually, I
fighting the
might.
word.
Actually, wait, no. I might not. Because either way, if it's 7 or 8, I'm gonna tell you why that's interesting.
No, you can't fight with it because and there's actually one more that I came across, but you can't fight with it because she remember she called her servant kid hers. They both did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's because she couldn't have any more. So she had kids, and then God closed her womb. She couldn't have any, and Rachel started to have kids. So then she gave her servant or handmaiden to
Oh, you got to read that. Wait, hold up. We got
yeah
to read it real quick.
yeah
Um,
you yeah 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 Go look at it.
Okay, close. I'm gonna look at openness. That's
Yeah.
usually how they will express that someone had a closed womb.
Mm-hmm.
Openness, open.
She couldn't
God
have no more.
remembered Rachel and hearkened to her and opened her womb.
Closing.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's like, but like,
Genesis 29. Let me read it real quick.
yeah.
Genesis 29 and 31. When the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Oh, okay.
Told you. And yeah. So now there's another woman in the Bible that
Give me
that's why
approximation where she's at, because I'll just look for opened.
you're not gonna find that. But believe me, the words describes guys. It's word for word. She couldn't have kids. She was helped with so somebody helped her with the guy's help, and she had a kid. There's a woman that
What
there's a
characters
woman
were in her story or around her story?
you'll never the kings. The kings. Let me see again. Let me see hot. Let me see. Let me see. It's hot. Okay, go. Go. It's hot. Yeah. There's another immaculate conception. That's why I said when I said I was in this book, bro. I'm like, wow. I thought we knew them all. I guarantee you, nobody knows this one. I don't think Samson Moon and Brown recalls this. I guarantee you, it's never, bro. When I read this, I had to make sure I'm reading the Bible. Like, yo, is this a Muslim Bible? I was like, yo, that's why I said I got some stuff. I got something worse. Okay, I got something worse.
What you got?
I got a heathen being healed by God.
I know what you're going to talk about. I know what you're going to talk about.
Oh,
you're going to talk about, was it done under, was it Elijah or Elijah's time?
it's Elijah time.
Yeah, Jesus mentioned that. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It was let me go to it. It's literally in Luke 4. This is where the Pharisees got mad at Christ.
Do you know what he was referencing?
Yes, I do. Let me just find it real quick.
You don't got to read it.
I gotta read it. I don't remember it off the top.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like sometimes you could say, "Hey, this will happen, and this will happen, and that guy was healed." Like where just off the top. This is one of those mysteries. I'm like, oh wow. Now it might not be like a big mystery, but I'm like, yo, this is something interesting because they will
the child he healed.
Nah, they would say
then this is something different then.
Yeah, they would say this is a grown man.
Oh, the leper.
Great heathen. Okay.
It was the leper, wasn't it? Was it the leper?
Well, yeah, well, of course, it'd be lepers. I mean, that word's not there, but it was definitely that. But that word, we could surmise and conclude it was that. Most likely it was.
Yeah, he was stricken with leprosy. Yeah,
that word wasn't there at all.
Yeah, but the conditions were.
Okay, so that's why it's important to know what's going on because they're like, where's that? You can't find it. But if you know what's going on, you can find it. Even if I forget the passage, I would still know where's that. I just Google it because I know the guy's name. I know I can find it easily. All right, but I took notes on it, so I know where it's at. I'm not gonna say it on this live. I don't want the ops looking at.
Oh yeah, don't give it out. Yeah.
But just know when they complain about the Syrophoenician woman, yeah, well he just did this. He ain't really help her. Okay. Well, let me do what you guys do. Let me go to the Old Testament. This guy was thoroughly cleansed. This guy was thoroughly cleansed. And he said, I believe in your God. So that just goes back to God's not respect of persons. I'm going to embarrass them on this topic in a debate. I'm not being nice. I'm not going to have a nice introduction like I did Captain. No. I'm bringing the sword out. The gloves are off from the beginning. Round one, fight. I'm going all in. And
fatality.
Yeah, if we're engaging, I'm gonna ask you a tough question. Hey, brother, is God a respecter of person, and what does that mean? You know what I mean? I'll get that out. What does that mean? Because Ariel act like that's just between the Israelites. So that is the extent to the heathens. Okay, so if a heathen calling his name like Ruth and Rahab and other ones, he don't find favor in them. He's not respected person with them. No. Okay. Now I want to sit there because this is the Old Testament. I want them to try to make this heathen an Israelite. They got some huge issues because I kept reading, and this dude is a heathen. He's 100% heathen. And that's why he said, "I'm going to believe in your God from this point on." Oh my God. Yeah, I uncovered so much. Yeah, and I got it from that book that I showed you, that 3-volume set book.
Oh,
because the reason I got it there because they make it. You said they got it like a comic book, so it made me like more interested to read it. I read it, so I'm like, oh shit! So I'm like, dang, the Bible. So now I gotta cross reference, make sure it's there. Cause I'm like, oh, ain't no way there's another immaculate birth. This book got me lying. I found it in the Bible Hub. Like, oh snap! So then I look at the this other stuff. The heathen was held by God, and who formerly was fathering pagan deities. Wow! All because he acknowledged God's people and God. Oh, wow, that thing seems to keep going that way. Yeah, they're gonna be in big trouble. So the only thing that's favoring right now is that I haven't formatted everything yet, and also I haven't even talked to one of them. So I don't know. Like the vertebra, we had that down packed. Where we gonna go? How we gonna lead off? Questions. That's the only thing. That's the only advantage they got right now on me. That I don't know which direction I'm gonna go first.
Yeah.
And like I said, I haven't formatted it, so I'm like 100% relying on notes. But okay, so let me play right.
Romans 9:1-5, right? We talked about the adoption. Again, the adoption pertains or belongs to the Israelites. Another proof text to the fact that the adoption only belongs to the Israelites, Galatians 4, which I mentioned. But let's read it off the page. It says, "But when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law, to redeem them that were under the law." So now let's look at the word redeem.
Why? When you redeem a coupon, this
doesn't mean you had the coupon before.
This is why I say that this guy is immature. It's like, dude, you got to know what words that you need to define, which you don't. Like the average American speaking person, English speaking person is not going to argue what redeem means. Like it's not a word we're going to have a problem. Okay, but he keeps doing this.
But look, I could make the same argument that yes, God is redeeming again, all men, because all men fell to Adam. I could argue that easily.
Black folks Black men in America has heard of the USA Redeem Team. We know redeem is like redemption. Like you don't need to go and define that. That's not a word we like are confounded on. Like we could pretty much, and even context, we can know with that, how it's being used.
Compensate for faults or bad aspects of something.
Like
for fault.
This is what they call in like politics, like filibustering. Like he's still just wasting time to get to the inevitable self-incriminating, self-destruction scriptures which is Romans 11. Like he just won't read it.
What faults are transgressions under the law, right? Only the law is only given to the children of Israel as a standard for them to keep. So we're the only ones that need redemption to redeem them that were under the law, that we might receive the adoption of sons. Again, who's the we?
Yeah, this to me, you got to do like one of these right here. You got to do like, hey, man, viewer discretion advised. The views and opinions that's being, it just is. This ain't what the Bible says. These are these we don't how that's be going. Like his views and opinions and conclusions ain't necessarily ours.
Fanatic extremist group,
right? We don't even see what he's saying in the Bible. This is just his private interpretation of what he thinks the Bible's saying, and he's wrong. So let me just say that before I press.
When Paul uses the word we, he's including himself, right? That would be himself and the people that he's writing to. The people that he's writing to clearly were under the law and need redemption, and the only people.
Yeah, he
that actually under the law. Is he reading in Romans 11? I said that preemptively.
No, he's still reading Romans 5:4. He's reading 4 and 5 now. And look, I have no.
That's what I'm objecting.
Yeah, but I'm just clueless. Why are we even here? This is a virgin birth scripture. Why are we here for Romans 11, man? This is wild. So hold on. So you could use virgin birth scriptures for the Gentile thing too? Like, then you're good. now notice he's not explaining under the law no more. See, he virgin birth, he gives a private interpretation on that, right? On law, under the law. But why he not doing it now?
That transgress the law are in need of redemption have to be the Israelites.
They have to be, right?
No one else. All right. Let's go to Luke 1:77. Right. We didn't read.
So we're still not gonna read Romans 11. Yeah, we're an hour and 24 minutes now. He's going to Luke 1, bro. He's going to virgin birth scriptures about Romans 11. He will not read Romans 11. Matter of fact, I'm not glad I'm going to read. Yeah, I don't care what Luke 1. I know Luke 1 is talking about John the Baptist. We're not doing that.
Luke 1. I'll go before the face of the Lord to prepare his way, to give knowledge of salvation unto his people by the remission of their sins. The Israelites, right?
Yeah, he just dropped his mic. Yes. We're rain. Rain. Okay. No rain. Okay, go. Rain where?
Rain. So we already read Romans 9.
Rain, go away.
Now let's get into this olive tree, right?
No.
So let's go to Romans 11.
That's all I was trying to do.
Boom, right? So Romans 11. Ooh.
Oh, so we're finally here. Oh my God. Hour 25 minutes. It took him to read Romans 11. That is wow. So he brainwashed his cult followers for an hour and 25 minutes before he felt like they were ready and qualified. So here's Romans 11 spin. Okay, let's lay down. Late and turn these lights out. Let me lay down with him because it worked last night. He was in bed like 3 minutes. Okay, where's the remote? Cut this TV off.
Oh, my back. Oh, man.
Here it is.
So let me read verse 13. It says, "For I speak unto you Gentiles, and as much as I'm the apostle to the Gentiles, I magnify my office, if by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, that they and might save some of them." Right. So he's trying to, because again, the issue is that some of the Jews, many of the Jews, not all of them, right?
So why we just can't read from verse 1? Why we can't read verse 1 to the last verse? Why we gotta just very quick when we start at?
Bro, he's got to make sure everybody puts their N-word shades on, bro.
Oh my, yeah, this is just straight horrible, man. Mommy. Yeah. Hey, mommy, where? Right there.
Mommy.
Right there.
Mommy. Mommy.
Okay, now let's see.
Mommy.
Yes. Here, all right.
Did not believe in Hamashiach Yahushua. And again, right, we can see this precedent in prophecy. Deuteronomy 18-19. Right? I will if you do not hearken unto him, I will require it of you. So clearly, God already knew that there would be people that would not hearken, right? It said that we esteemed him not in Isaiah the 53rd chapter.
Let me turn down. I'm gonna turn down my brightness on my iPad because it's getting off like a bright light, like a flashlight. So bright like a flashlight. It's even keeping me up. All right. Damn. There we go. All right. Hey, baby.
Yeah, a baby.
Okay, lay down. Why is this thing all loud? Okay, cool. Here we are.
Right? So some of us, right, did not, right? It says, but if by means I will provoke some of them, provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, and I say some of them, for if the casting away of them be the reconciling of the world, the reconciling of the world. This word, let's look what this word for world is.
Oh my God. So he skipped the important words to read, like the pronouns, like cast away of them. Who are the them? Like, so we're not going to define them and find out who are the them. We're going to look at world, like the picking and choosing, the selectiveness on what we're going to define as hilarious. Dude, you don't got to define world, okay? It's really not that serious. The average reader doesn't really care if the world is literal or figurative. Really, they don't care, okay? Really don't care. Their focus on who is the them and who is being spoken to. That's all.
Cosmos. Who's the cosmos? The word cosmos means
don't
an
do
act
this.
or harmonious arrangement or government. Who's the government? The children of Israel. Who's the world without in pursuant to Isaiah 45:17?
No, don't do that.
Israel shall be saved
I
in the
already
Lord
broke
with
down
everlasting
Cosmos to
salvation.
you.
He shall
You
not be
remember
ashamed
what I
nor
said about
confounded.
Cosmos?
World without end.
Yeah.
Right? So the reconciling. What does it mean to reconcile? Right? Reconcile.
Oh my God, I really don't want to know about Cosmos.
To restore friendly relations
I
between.
really don't want to know on this stuff.
Right? To reconcile. Who to bring back together. How can the other nations be reconciled, right, with God if they were never with God in the first
He's
place
asking questions.
and were never cast off from God? They can't be reconciled, right? What shall the receiving of them be but life from the dead? For if the first fruit be holy, the lump is also holy, right? And if the root be holy, so are the branches. Now, who's the root? The root is Abraham. Of course, Yahushua is also the root too, right? He's the root and offspring of David, right? But in this context, it's talking about Abraham, right? And let's think about how a tree works or a plant. When you plant a seed in the ground, right?
Seed.
It starts to grow, and the roots.
Yeah, he didn't drag out the word seed. He didn't drag it out. He just said it correctly. He said if they plant a seed, he didn't say if they plant a seed in the ground. He just said it correctly. That's
Take
interesting.
hold.
Not,
That's
I think they only say it like that when they in
first
Super Saiyan mode.
Oh God.
from the seed,
Like,
right?
that's nothing. I'm glad he said seed because this is why virgin birth. I want us to focus on this. They're using bloodline and seed line interchangeably. It's like no. There's a big difference because he's speaking of tree, right? King David is Judah is the tree. Okay, so Judah's the tree. The branches is everybody after Judah. Okay, so that is so Judah will be the bloodline. But when you have a branch, now it's the seed line. Okay, so the tree would be Judah bloodline, right? So Judah got all type of family connected to him, but that does not mean that it's the same what they would call seed line sperm. So that would be the branches. So King David is a branch. So King David will have a seed line connected to him. So that's why you cannot use that. You can't let them use seed and bloodline interchangeably, because I got the same bloodline as my brothers. But we when we have kids, they're not going to connect back to us with the seed as they use it. Their kids will connect back only to them using seed only. And mine's to me. It's more specific. But if you just take a DNA test, it'll just say, hey, you're part of this family tree by somebody. It couldn't tell you who. That paternity test will be doing that.
Stalk makes his way through the ground, right? And it starts to grow, and it grows branches and leaves. So it says, if the first fruit be holy, the lump is important, right? Because when we go 2 chapters prior, let's go back to Romans 9, and I think it's verse 20.
Oh my gosh.
Romans 9 and 20. It says, I'm sorry, verse 19. It says, oh, thou wilt say unto me, why doth he yet find fault? For whoever is his will. Nay, but, O man, who art thou to reply against God? Shall this thing form say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus?
I got to speak
not the potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? This ties back into Romans 9 and 13, where it says, as it is written, Jacob have I loved.
That would be interesting too if he tries to connect lump, because that lump there has to do with Rebecca's womb, which had Esau and Jacob. So I wonder how he's going to try to connect lump. That'll be funny.
But Esau have I hated, and ties back to verse 7, verse 8, where it says, verse 7, where it says, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is, they which are called, they which are the children of the flesh. These are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted as the seed. So, who's the lump? That lump is Abraham. It's from Abraham's stock, right? He's the root, right? And then he has out of this root comes, he has many sons, right? Isaac is the seed of promise, and from that lump, God separated that lump into 2, right? Because what happens when you have twins, right?
Does it say multiple lumps or is it one lump?
Twins, right? With identical twins, you would have
right. So now he's going to educate about twins. This is crazy.
One egg, one sperm that fertilized that egg, and that egg would split, and now you have 2 zygotes, 2 embryos, identical twins, right? But you also have fraternal twins where there's 2 eggs that get fertilized by 2 different sperm cells, and now you have what? 2 fraternal babies, right? From that one lump, right? It says, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor, right? Jacob is the lump unto honor, unto glorification, unto election. Esau's the lump unto destruction and dishonor, right? So let's go back. It says, for if the first fruit be holy, the lump is also holy. And if the root be holy, so are the branches. The branches come from the roots.
You notice he skipped verse 13 and 14.
He skipped again.
He skipped 13 and 14.
What he's attempting to do, so for people watch now and watch it in the future, what he's attempting to do now, this is what he's supposed to do in the beginning. He wasn't supposed to read a bunch of nothing and then finally read what he came to the microphone to do. This was supposed to be explained first, like the title says, Romans 11 explained. He never did it until now. Over an hour later, hour and a half later, he started doing it. But this was supposed to be done first, and then he goes and gives supporting scriptures or what they call precepts to, back up his faulty conclusion. And you say he skipped 13 and 14.
Yeah,
grows, the roots take hold first, right? The stalk grows, it starts to grow leaves and
Or he read it
branches.
so fast, I
We are
couldn't
the
even tell.
branches, right? So the branches can only be Israelites. Paul is using a very.
I'm not even looking at it because the scripture is so tiny. I keep telling him stuff when I was talking to him. Hey, can you make the words bigger? And like, see, when I share my screen, I like to share where everybody can read it. Like, you don't got to squinch. I can't even see his screen, bro. I mean, I can see actually words, but I got to like be so close to it to read it. It's just like, dude, just have it where we can read it sitting, laying down. We don't got to get up and stick our head to the screen and read your text.
Practical example or parable here, right? Or analogy. And when we look at some of Yahushua's parables, he uses a lot of agrarian parables, like the sower, right? You shall know a man by his fruit, right? No, only good fruit comes from a good tree, right? A bad tree can't bring forth good fruit. All these things. He used a lot of agrarian terms because the Israelites were an agrarian society, and that's super important. And when we look at the practice of grafting, right? You can try to graft, all right, a damn, I don't know, a grapevine into a watermelon vine, right? But the likelihood of that graft being successful is slim to none, right? You can try to graft an apple tree into an orange tree. It's literally, it's more than likely not going to bear fruit. Because even if we look at the law literally tells us to not sow our fields with diverse seed. So we're not supposed to be mingling seeds, right? Because seeds produce different plants. We're not supposed to do that. So
I thought it was sperm. Oh, no, did he? I think I make that. So now all of a sudden, seeds mean like, oh, so guess what? He disagreed with both. He disagreed with us and himself. Seed don't mean offspring or sperm. It means plants now. Like this guy is. Yeah, I'm telling you. Just pay attention, guys. These guys are not consistent in their arguments. They go back and forth like the devil, to and fro.
Think that Paul is using this very practical horticultural, agricultural phenomenon known as grafting, right? To somehow be grafting other people into Israel is ridiculous. And what we're also going to do is show how Israel is called this olive tree, right? Israel's called an olive tree, right? And the other nations are called, they're their own trees, and they have their own type of trees, right? So let's keep reading. So it says, so are the branches. And if some of the branches be broken off, and thou, being a wild olive tree, were grafted in among them,
here we go.
And with them partakest the root and the fatness of the olive tree. So the olive tree is important. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes, right, of this lesson.
So we're getting to the meat and potatoes over an hour and 33, over an hour and 30 minutes later. Oh my God. We supposed to do this earlier, man.
Again, family, like, it's really hard for a lot of our people to understand the Bible, especially when they're using agrarian.
No. Especially when we're listening to you. It's only hard to explain the Bible or understand the Bible when it's being taught by you. Some other people can, like myself, can make it a very easy understanding. You're just a bad teacher, and you're wrong in most of what you explain.
Terms, because most of our people have grown up in cities, right?
Do y'all realize how much effort he has to go through, unnecessary effort he has to go through to teach this false doctrine? It's so much work. Like in regular society, the easy way to success is usually like the criminal way, right? Is in real society, hard work is how you get things done. Well, in the Bible is different. In the Bible, the easy way to learn it, or the fastest way to learn it, is the easy way. Just read it. In the Bible, the longest way or the most difficult way to read the Bible is how he's doing it. Is what he's doing. Like, he's making this Bible read so difficult. And in my opinion, it's to show that, see, the Bible is not plain English like you guys think it is. There's jewels hidden in here. And what separates me from you is that I'm special. I can find the jewels and you can't. And here are the jewels. And this is his explanation he's doing right now, which makes no sense. No biblical sense. No contextual sense.
That is true. There are jewels that a lot of people don't see, but using that as a scapegoat to be like, let me teach my weird doctrine.
Well,
that can't even really be it can't be seen even when you teach it. You
Well,
know?
the jewels. Okay, when you said it can't be seen, the words that if you can see the words, you can see it. Now, can you connect it? So I think the jewels are about connecting them together.
Right. No, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes,
Because it's
everybody
like
can't.
I look at it like a puzzle. Like if you don't see, like if you don't have a good picture of what the puzzle looks like, then when you're trying to go through and understand things, you're like, this piece doesn't fit here because you have a different picture of what the puzzle is.
Yeah, yeah. So, but what they do is simple reads. They'll make like Romans 11. They'll make complicated on like he'll make it complicated. It's just a straight read sometimes. Sometimes everything ain't a mystery, and that's what they do. They act like so they make straight reads a mystery. Like, nah, brother. See what that's actually just talking about. Those Gentiles are Israelites. Like, nah. You see, the simple read is it says Gentiles. Gentiles are heathen foreign nations. That's a simple read. Oh, nah, there's a jewel here. The jewel is the Gentiles are actually Jews. Oh wow, you're deep. You know why you're deep? You know why I should follow you? Because I read this
She's
verse
so
all my
far in the
life
dog
and I
hole, you can't
never
get
came
out.
across that understanding. Huh?
I said you deep. That's deep because you're so far in the dog hole, you can't get yourself out.
Yeah, you're so deep that I read this passage all my life. I'm 92 years old now, and I never came across your understanding. Wow,
Yeah,
like
and
yeah,
none of the
that's a
scholars, none of the
yeah
ancient
and that's what
church.
makes it a true mystery in their mind. Like yeah,
Yeah,
all the
nobody
scholars missed
except nobody in all of history has interpreted like that except for you in these last 100 years.
Yep.
Wow, not even the apostles. Wow.
Nope. God's dealing with us.
Wow.
Niggas order DoorDash, all right, and Grubhub. Niggas eat cheesesteaks and damn baconators, right? Niggas are not living on farms, not knowing how to grow plants. Like for instance, I had met with a customer a couple of weeks ago, about a month or so ago, right? And so it was an Edomite, right? And you know, Yahweh Shai said, you know, be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. So when I'm doing my work, you know what I mean? And I'm trying to sell people stuff, right? I gotta be kind, nice to all people, right? So I'm sitting at this lady's dining room table and we're just talking about, you know, the product and whatnot, and we're talking about plants. Like she's a plant parent. Clearly, you guys can see I have a crap ton of plants back here. All these things on this wall, these are propagation stations. So this plant right here, this is called a Monstera Adansonii, right?
So you would think his hairstyle is you would think that he should be qualified to explain this olive tree and stuff better than anybody.
Yeah.
That's even
Like
worse.
this is your field. This is your field.
Oh my god.
Monstera is a ton of plants back here. All these things on this wall, these are propagation stations. So this plant right here, this is called a Monstera Adansonii, right? Monstera is a genus of plants. Like this right here is also a Monstera. This is a Monstera deliciosa. This is a Monstera Adansonii, right? So that plant is growing. It has roots, but I cut it from the mother plant and place it in water, and now it's growing. This is a branch off of that plant, right? If I cut off a branch of a plant, I can actually propagate it and it can grow roots and it can grow out in the wild. That's literally how plants reproduce. But silly ass Christians don't know this stuff. The average silly American doesn't know how any of this stuff works, right? I can cut off the branch of any tree or any plant, right? And I can propagate it, right? So the lady, this is a type of cacti, and she just took off a piece of it and gave it to me, right? And here I had it in water, and now it's growing roots, right? I planted lettuce last summer, right? The seeds went all over the place. They're growing all over, right? Plants are super resilient, right? A branch can fall off, right? A piece of a plant can fall off, and it can keep growing, right? Into a whole new plant, right? So we're talking about a tree and its branches being broken off, and we're talking about grafting, right? We're talking about grafting. So
He said, I got to be nice and sell them stuff. Yo, this guy, I want to cuss the Edomites out. Because it's business, I got to smile and, treat her like a sister in Christ.
Give me a second. Let me find something real quick.
Now, he ain't wearing all that Jewish apparel doing that. He ain't doing that. My man got like a regular sweater. He got a turtleneck, slacks, and some Michael Jackson shoes pulling up to the white women out homes.
Anyway, let's get back to it, right? Let me find it. Anyway, let's see. Where was I? Right? So it says, some of the branches be broken off, and thou being a wild olive tree, were wart grafted in among them, and with them partakers in the root and the fatness of the olive tree. Boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee. Thou wilt say then, the branches were broken off, that I might be grafted in. Well, because of unbelief they were broken off, and thou standest by faith. Be not high-minded, but fear. For if God spare not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee. Behold, therefore, the goodness and the severity of God on them which fell, severity, but toward thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness, otherwise thou also shall be cut off, right? And they also, if they abide not still in unbelief, shall be grafted in, for God is able to graft them in again, right? If thou were cut out of the olive tree, which is wild by nature, and were grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree, how much more shall these, which be natural branches, be grafted into their own olive tree, right? For I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, lest ye should be wise in your own conceit. That blindness in part is happened to Israel unto the fullness of the Gentiles come in, right? Here's this mystery, right? And here's the answer to the mystery. And so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written, there shall come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob. Now, it talks about provoking them to emulation, provoking them unto jealousy, right? Well, there's this beautiful parable, right, that Christians don't know what the heck is going on, right? And see, the apostles asked Christ a very important question, right? They asked him, why speakest thou unto them in parables? Let me find that particular verse. Why? Matthew 13, right? Matthew 13, and I'll start at verse 10. It says, and the disciples came and said unto him, why speakest thou unto them in parables? He said, and he answered and said unto them, because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given, right? So Christ spoke in parables because he didn't want everyone to pick up what he was putting down, right? Which goes back to Isaiah 6 and 9. Make the heart of this people fat, right? Make their ears heavy, right? So that they don't be saved. God doesn't want all of Israel to be delivered, right? Some of the Israelites,
wait.
of the
Pause
Israelites,
it.
right? All of you wicked. So,
Did you hear what he said?
Nah, he's talking so much. I'm like
Back
daydreaming.
up 10 seconds.
don't be saved. God doesn't want all of Israel to be delivered, right? Some of the Israelites,
Okay.
Many of the Israelites, right?
You caught
all
it.
Of
Yeah,
God doesn't want all of Israel to be saved.
that's why I got the blind and elect.
Wait, yeah. But wait, Ariela, you just read Romans 11:26, and so all Israel shall be saved. So if God doesn't want all of Israel to be saved, and clearly he's speaking of fleshly Israelites, then there is an all Israel that consists of Israel and other people. He cut himself.
A contradiction.
Yeah. Man, oh man. Hey, just let this fool keep talking, man. It's like when you get in the interrogation room and you ask very few questions, you just let them talk, man. Talk themselves right into prison.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this dude is funny.
you wicked.
Oh, damn.
Because it says here in Romans 11 and verse 26, and so all Israel shall be saved. And so all Israel shall be saved.
I went to the debate by mistake.
Pick up what he was putting down, right? Which you to
That's
know the
funny that it was
mysteries
on
of the
that
kingdom of
part.
heaven, but to them it is not given.
Yeah,
Right?
right. Ain't that crazy?
He said, he answered and said unto them, because
You're
it is
playing
given
this video?
unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of
Yeah,
heaven,
me too.
but to them it is not.
And then I got confused because my screen he's not showing the scriptures. So I'm like, oh, so now I'm like, how did he do a clubhouse lecture on this? And but I looked up,
Hey,
see the
wait,
debate.
no,
Like,
look.
wow.
This is what you got to do. Go back to the clubhouse right before he says, and so all Israel shall be saved. And then in this video, go back like 20 seconds when he said God doesn't want all Israel to be saved.
Right. Oh yeah.
That's funny. Or if you don't
Yeah.
want to do it, I'll get the timestamps and do it because that's funny,
Yeah,
bro.
well,
That's funny.
I can't do it on my iPad, but if I have my computer, I can do it easily. Wow.
Okay, wait. So wait. Let me make a note. Where are you at right now on this video? What timestamp?
So hour 39 minutes.
Hour 39 minutes. And then the other video, the debate, what's that on?
Let me see. Oh, shit.
Matthew 13, right? Because it says here in
That's hour 35 minutes.
Hour 35.
see the apostles.
All right, I'm about to make that, bro. That's funny. That's funny.
Christ a very important question, right? They asked him, why speakest thou unto them in parables? Let me find that particular verse. 5. It said unto him, why speakest thou unto them in parables?
So much time, man.
He said he didn't want everyone to pick up what he was putting down, right? Which goes back to Isaiah 6 and 9. Make the heart of this people fat, right? Make it many of the Israelites, right? All of you wicked so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans here and get down with the program or not. And 2/3 of this is our land, pursuant to the allotment and the promise that the Most High God gave unto Abraham from the knowledge. And Isaiah 59:20 says that the Redeemer shall come to Zion to them that turn from transgression in Jacob. Hood, right? You can't take the hood out the nigga sometimes, right? You can take the Israelite out of captivity, right? Sometimes you just can't take the captivity out of the Israelite. This is why niggas talking about, man, I wish we was back in Egypt where we ate meat freely and we was at the flesh pots and we ate garlic and melons. You know that this Bible's talking about so-called black and Hispanic people. When we talk about, like, we miss them watermelons. But when have you ever heard a white person say, I miss eating watermelon? You've never heard that before, right? Anyway, that's just anecdotal.
All right,
in any case,
you're
right?
right. I believe
He says,
Israelites are black
he speaks
people.
to
That was
the
the
people in parables
greatest
because he doesn't
point you
want
could
them
have
all
ever
to
made.
not given unto them. So
Again, this dude is immature, man. And he's an amateur.
So white people don't eat
parable
melons?
that the average Christian, they have no clue what the
Where
heck is
does
going
the
on.
scripture say watermelons?
Every time I'm in the supermarket, white folks are the main ones buying up the watermelons.
Yeah. You know who noticed the weird flexible flesh on the watermelons? White people. Black people, look, black people didn't even discover it until white people discovered it.
Yeah.
Because, bro, black people is not eating watermelons. Like, you don't get how, like, I'm telling you, bro, they're not. The white people are more health nut, more health conscientious than black people are as a whole.
Yep.
Like all that, you see all that, everybody's taking what is it? Sea moss, ashwagandha, all that stuff.
Yeah.
White people made that popular.
That's a fact. The whole vegan
So of course,
thing.
you know, Dr. Sebi did it first, but he didn't make it popular.
He made it popular for black folks, which is
I wouldn't even say he made it popular because a lot of people didn't listen to Dr. Sebi. You know, like he had a following for sure, but why do you think, dude? I want to look at the stats on overweight among races.
You know, it wasn't mainstream. It wasn't that because I remember when I was bigging them up. It's like I spoke Spanish when I was bigging them up because when I was bigging them up, there was no YouTube like that. Okay, so like the only way you know about him is by buying DVDs, and to buy his DVDs, you had to have like one of those vegan stores in your city, like which I had. Like we had one of those. It was called the Source. I forgot what it's called, but I'm gonna be wrong about the name. But definitely, we had like a health. Oh, it actually it's called Healthy. It's called Healthy Hut. Healthy Hut in my city, and they sold his DVDs, and I bought them. And then like years later, he started to grow, and people uploaded little clips on YouTube. But when I used to talk about him, when I used to brag about him, people thought I was crazy, which I was. But yeah, so you're right. But he did, but his following was growing. It wasn't like it wasn't like it was now. But most of his following were just black people. No white people. Yes.
A flower.
A what?
It's a flower.
A flower?
Yeah, it's a flower.
Okay, lay down, Yuki. Lay down. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
they will take that parable out of context. Like they take everything out of context, right? Very, very easily. Right. So let's go to the book of Luke, chapter 15. Right. Can anyone guess before I go to the parable? Can anyone guess what parable you think I'm going to? Right. What parable you think ties into the topic of provocation and jealousy?
So we're gonna leave Romans.
Can anyone think of the parable?
He's not even finished with Romans. And it's called Romans Explained, and he's leaving it. And we're going to Luke now to explain Luke.
Man, this dude's funny, bro.
You're a fool.
I'm definitely not.
This is exactly what DTX did, bro.
Winner, we chicken dinner, right? We got a winner. Nicholas Jacob, also the brother Yabaraka Iba got it, right? The prodigal son parable.
You're so corny too, bro.
The Jews are literal. If you were not keeping, before we get into Luke 15 real quick, let's go into the book of John 7 and 35.
I knew he was going to say 35. Yeah.
Like diving into the language is something that the Most High God obviously has put in my spirit, right? You know, we got the HIB, right? I started working. I wasn't even a year in the truth when I started working on that, right? I saw a need. I knew that, hey, I wish there was a Bible that didn't say Jesus, but said Yahushua. And I went from there, right? But anyway, when we look at word usage in the Bible, that's extremely important, right? So here we are, John 7 and 33. Then said Yahushua unto them, yet a little while am I with you, and then I go unto him that sent me. Who is he that sent him? The Most High God. It says, ye shall seek me and shall not find me, and where I am, thither ye cannot come. So now the Jews are like, what the hell is this nigga talking about, right? Verse 35, then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go, or where is he going, that we shall not find him? Will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles? So clearly, even before diving into the Greek syntax, clearly the dispersed and the Gentiles are two different groups. The dispersed are people who are literally scattered or dispersed amongst these people, right? As the Bible
watch the idiocy. Yeah, watch the idiocy that he's like, okay, they're two different groups. Now watch what he does.
You want to cover? Here. Lay down. You need to cover. Okay, here. Lay down. Yeah.
Daddy.
Oh, feet. Let me see your feet. Let me see. Okay, lay down. There you go. Good boy. Okay, see. All right. So where was it? Back it up.
It says that the children of Israel will be dispersed, and the Gentiles are two different groups. The dispersed are people who are literally scattered or dispersed amongst these people, right? As the Bible says that the children of Israel will be dispersed or scattered amongst all nations.
All right, so you heard that?
Yeah.
Okay, brother. He said the dispersed. You know, remember, was I playing him? I can't remember. It was a him or a thing. I think it was a him. It could have been a thing. I don't know. But they will say it was him. Somebody. They get hung up on dispersed and scattered. They'll say it's interchangeable, but then they'll make arguments like they're different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they get hung up so that's where I'm good at. I'm good at what they get hung up on, because I'll see them using the words. They're supposed to mean the same thing. This is their claim. They're interchangeable, but then they'll use them separately, like they mean different people. Now, my question to him is like, stop. When you said scatter among all nations, who? Southern, and when I say who, is always a choice. Multiple
Oh,
choice.
wait, hold up. I'm getting a work call. I'll grab back in.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for Meech for this one. I need him on this one.
Daddy?
Yeah. I'm trying to wait for Meech for this one, so I don't repeat myself too much. But I could play it though.
Right? Will he go into the disperse among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? Now let's dive into the language, right? Keep this. The word for Gentiles here is not ethnos, right? Or any
Oh my God.
of its derivations, inflected derivations, right? It's actually the word Helene, right? We have the word Helene, right? Which when you actually look at a more exhaustive concordance,
And you see, he pick and chooses what words he's going to define. So let's go.
or lexicon. Let me see if I can find this picture. I got this picture here in my phone. It's old. I think I favorited it. Let me double check. Let me find it. Okay, boom. So airdrop this to myself. Boom. All right, bet. So peep this, fam. Let me go here to my downloads. So we're talking about the Helene. Let me remove this. Stop screen, present. Okay. Go ahead and switch me. Where's that? So this right here is this is a picture of this book, right? Page 251. This is known as the BDAT. It says a Greek English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature by Arndt and Gingrich, right? It's also known as the BDAT, right? It says a translation and adaptation of Walter Bauer's Rich Deutsches Wursterberg Zulden, some German stuff, right? But anyway, it's known as the BDAT. This is a more exhaustive concordance or lexicon, right? Concordance and lexicon are different. This is a more exhaustive lexicon than the Thayer's lexicon, right? The Strong's is a concordance, is not a lexicon.
Now, his more exhausted, like his opinion, like I would love to know how he's coming with this information. Like, who determines which one is more exhaustive and all this stuff? It sounds like it's just his opinion.
Right? It's not a lexicon for the record. So this is more scholastic, right? And what you're looking at right here is the word Helen or Helenos, Helenas, any of its inflected derivations, right? It says a Greek, a man of Greek language and culture, right? That's entry number one. Entry number two, in the broader sense, all persons who came under the influence of Greek, i.e. pagan culture. There's this thing called Hellenization. What is Helen?
All right. So now this is the slick stuff he starts to do. So he gets a word, he reads Helen, right? And You see, you read Greek, 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 Greek. You don't read anything about Jews or Israelites. Then he'll introduce another word. He just said Hellenist. He'll introduce another word. So, by the way, that same dictionary he has, the word Hellenist is in there as well, separate from Helen. But he's trying to link the word Hellenist to Helen because his audience wouldn't know this. So, and instead of him reading the definition for Hellenist, like he read the definition of Helen, he's going to tell you the definition or what a Hellenist is. It's like, dude, why not just read? If you're going to read terms and words, let's just read it. Let's just define them the correct way. You just said this is a scholarly type of Bible dictionary. So let's use this. Let's not go off what you believe it is. Let's just go off what the book says. Yeah, they pick and choose what words they're going to define and then what words they're not. So this is the case.
Civilization is Alexander the Great, the Greek, the freak, right? And his generals, right, going around conquering the whole known world. They conquered Alexandria, conquered Egypt. They beat Darius, right? They even went as far as the Indus River Valley, right? And what Alexander was doing, he was trying to force some of his top guys to intermarry with these with the Persians and the Edomites and all these people, right, to kind of keep the government going and whatnot, right? You see intermarriages in Egypt and whatnot. A lot of his men didn't actually like it, right? But they went around Hellenizing, right? Spreading their culture because they believed that they were the greatest people. And hence why they went and conquered. So we have this thing called Hellenization, right? Hence why we have this book right here called Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Let me stop this one and let me share.
Okay. So again, the trick he's trying to do, he's trying to act like the word Helen and the word Hellenist are the same. Why is he doing that? Or why does he think he could get away with it? Because they sound the same. They both got the same root. Helen. Okay? So this is what they do. And if you don't go ahead and just define these things for yourself, you'll fall for this bull that he's trying to pull right now.
This photo, right? This, right?
Okay, I guarantee you he's going to go to the word Hellenist now. Because see, when you're like educating this stuff, you know where he has to go. Like that, I'm a chess player, so it's like I know because I'm educated on this like Helen and Hellenist. I know the differences in the Greek because I know that. I know the argument you must make to make it make sense for you.
Here is from this book, page 297, right? And the chapter is called Jewish Community in Greek Cities, right? So look at the highlighted portion. It says, these divisions and disputes. Actually, let's just read this whole thing, right? It says, let's just read it from the book. It's easier, page 297. This is all important to understanding this, right? And any schmuck Christian who wants to come on the comment board and run their damn mouth and bang their fingers on the keyboard, I need you to present a Bible antithesis and just debunk everything I'm saying point by point, right? So it says, theoretically, the Jewish community was open to every Jew who had come from another country to settle in the place where the community existed. But the continual emigration is different from immigration, right? Continual emigration means to leave, right? If you immigrate, people immigrate to America, right? Then we have people who emigrate out of America, right? Or out of their countries, right? It says continual emigration from Palestine, which caused the flourishing of the communities in various countries, also caused a division in the community itself. The civic status of the Jews in the Greek world was not the same for all members of the community. Those that had come first enjoyed certain rights, while the new immigrants were looked upon as foreigners. Within the community existed aristocratic groups, right? You had the bougie Negroes, right? The bourgeoisie of our people, right? Which constituted the upper stratum of society. And side by side with them, the broad sections of the population, including chiefly those immigrants who had arrived later. Sometimes several communities existed in one city. This is why we got sects, right? And the reason of whose separateness from one another cannot be determined. The divisions and disputes within the community did not, however, affect the existence of the community itself, and probably no single Jew remained outside of the bounds of its organization, except those who had voluntarily excluded themselves from the generality and had abandoned both the Jewish community and Judaism in order to become assimilated among the Greeks. Hellenizing Jews of this type were to be found in every locality, and we have no means of determining their number. We shall see further that Hellenization did not make a departure from the Jewish community obligatory, the less so because, as a rule, it brought few real benefits. The Jews enjoyed many privileges, and it was not always worthwhile giving them up in order to enter Greek society, which was not at all inclined to welcome Jews readily. However, there were a plethora, right? Let me zoom this back out, right? There were a plethora of Jews, right? Hellenizing Jews who completely abandoned their customs. We read about this in the book of 1st and 2nd Maccabees, which Christians don't read because they're not smart, right? They're literally like let's be real, like you can read about the Babylonian captivity in the Bible, you can read about the Persian captivity, we can read about Ezra and Nehemiah and all that good stuff, right? Then we fast forward to the time of Christ and the apostles when the Romans on the scene, but wait a minute, we still have the Greek Empire that came after the Persians, pursuant to Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Daniel 8, right? So we're missing all the history of what happened to the Jews when the Greeks came into power and they spread this thing called Hellenism. And you had Hellenizing Jews who completely abandoned their customs, abandoned their God, right, to be assimilated amongst the Greeks. You know, there's a saying, when in Rome, do as. Our people had a saying, listen, we're amongst the Greeks. Let's live like the Greeks. Let's live as. Right? So let's go back to John chapter 7 and 35 with that understanding, right? So John 7 and 35 says, whither will he go that we cannot find him? Will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? We have this word Helen being used, right? It says we go to the dispersed, the diasporan, right? The root word is diaspora, right? It says amongst the Helen, but in its inflected version is Helenon. Helen. This is this little V looking character. This is actually a lowercase n, right? This is a nu, right? So we got eta, lambda, eta, nu, omega, nu, Helenon, right? It says and teach. This is the word for teach. The Hellenos. Now notice how Helen is transliterated or inflected as Hellenos and as Helenon. It's two groups of Helen, right? So let's dive into the Greek, right? So it says, go to the diasporan. The diasporan in this is in what's called the accusative case, right? So when you are in your blue letter Bibles, you can click on these words in the Textus Receptus, in the Masoretic text, right? If you're in the Old Testament, right? You click on diasporan. It's in the accusative case. The accusative case, you can click on anything that's highlighted in blue, and it'll let you know what it means. The accusative case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun. Last time I checked, the dispersed is a noun, right? That is the direct object, right? So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence, right? Will you go to the dispersed direct object among the Helenon? The Helenon are not in the.
This guy, I'm really trying to follow him with this. And this, and I say filibuster, this is just another nothing burger. I'm really just letting him go. I'm not stopping him. I'm really trying to see. Fighting his sleep. I think he's about to finally go. Let me just let him go.
Case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Helenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks, right? Not in the accusative case. So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence.
All right. So here's his problem by saying they are literal Greeks. He gonna have a big problem now, and you're gonna see that he cannot make that statement. He cannot make that claim, that charge. He cannot say that there are literal Greeks in the Bible. He cannot do that. You know why? Because he told me, I asked him that. He told me there are no Greeks, no ethnic Greeks in the New Testament. I got it. I'm gonna upload in a second. Hold on.
When you go to the dispersed, the right object among the Hellenon. The Hellenon are not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks, right? Let's look at the word not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. When you go to the dispersed, time I check, the dispersed is in there.
Right, let me slow this down. This is gonna be a clip. Yeah, this is very bad. That's why when you lie, it catches up.
Now, right? That is the direct object, right? So the time I check the dispersed in the accusative case, right? If you're in the open, what's called the accusative, let's dive into the Greek, right?
So
it says
he's gonna
go
fake
to
no
the
Greek again.
diasporan. The diasporan reflected as Hellenost. The
reason why I'm going back, I kind of dozed out again because it's so boring. I missed this stuff.
Hellenos. Now it says and
why is he even going to the Greek?
In 35 to John chapter 7 and 35 with right. So do as our people had to completely abandon their customs, abandon their God, right? To be when the Romans on the scene. But wait a minute. We still have the Greek Empire that came, right? There you can read about the Babylonian captivity in the Bible. You can read about the Persian captivity. We can read about Ezra, Nehemiah, and all that good stuff, right? Then we fast forward to the time of Christ and the apostles when the Romans on the scene. But wait a minute. We still have the Greek Empire that came after the Persians, pursuant to Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Daniel 8. Right? So we're missing all the history of what happened to the Jews when the Greeks came into power and they spread this thing called Hellenism. And you had Hellenizing Jews who completely abandoned their customs.
You heard him? He said you got Hellenizing Jews, right? But you don't have Hellenizing Greeks. So I told you he was going to play on words. When you know this stuff, this Greek stuff, and you have and you understand his position, you know what he has to do in order for him to deceive his followers. He has to lie and act like Helen and Hellenist are pretty much the same word, with the same definitions, same usage.
Abandon their God, right, to be assimilated amongst the Greeks. You know, there's a saying, when in Rome, do as. Our people had to say, listen, we're amongst the Greeks. Let's live like the Greeks. Let's live as.
Yeah, you can live like Greeks, but that you don't that don't make you a Greek. You're still an Israelite from your tribe.
Right? So let's go back to John chapter 7 and 35 with that understanding, right? So John 7 and 35 says, whither will he go that we cannot find him? Will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? We have this word Helen.
Wait, let me see if Meeks came back in. I kind of dozed off. Okay. No, he didn't come back. Okay. I dozed off, so I wouldn't even heard it.
Being used, right? It says we go to the dispersed, the diasporan, right? The root word is diaspora, right? It says amongst the Helen, but in its inflected version, it's Hellenon. Helen. This is this little V looking character. This is actually a lowercase n, right? This is a Helen. This.
Don't tell me he just exposed himself again. He can't read the Greek. Oh my God. I'm so mad. I'm laying down my son and I can't even make a move because he's gonna wake up. He's like almost out. And Oh my God. So I'm like not even looking. I'm playing it, but I'm not looking at it. And I dozed off. I'm laying down. All right, I think I could get up now. This is embarrassing. Okay, so I see the chat now. I see Shakur. Shabar. Peace, man, for truth. Is of being a green olive tree in the book of Jeremiah and the other nations. Oh, word, you can do that? Yeah, I need that, Shabar. Peace, RCK. Yeah, I didn't even see the chat. I'm laying down that's my nephew, laying down my son, and I dozed off. Yeah, let me put the link in the chat. I can't wait till he dozes off so I can like play video. So yes. No, I can't cut a light on just yet. So hey, let's see you guys there. All right, so let me copy this link. He's not always asleep. He's fighting. I can't really talk with him fighting. Come on, copy that link. Oh my God, now I can't copy a link. Why did it disappear? I can't copy what I'm sharing, I guess. Let me stop sharing. It would, that was interesting. It wouldn't let me copy the link while I was sharing my screen. All right. Wait. Let me put the link before I share again. All right, so we're at the 1 hour 54-minute mark. So now he's gonna make a big mistake, I believe. I'm not sure in the Greek. Hold on. All right, cool. So I'm gonna put the link in there. Ricardo, peace, man, from the UK. Okay, so like I said, he's. I told you where he was gonna go with the Helen and Hellenists. He's gonna try to trick you. Helen are Greeks. Hellenists are Jewish people or Jews or Israelites who were forced into the Greek culture. So they spoke Greek, they practiced Greek culture, but they're not Greeks. They're not Hellen. So I study Greek. I don't study Hebrew. I study Greek. I know the Greek. So he doesn't know. He fakes like he knows Greek. He doesn't know Greek. So I'm a bust and watch. So I'm up now. I was dozing off because born as hell, and I was laying down with my son trying to get him to sleep. Now I'm sitting up. Okay, so now let's get this guy. Yeah, listen, he's going to have no choice. Him or Gorilla Hebrew are going to have no choice but to now bait me on this.
So John 7.
Okay. Well, Gorilla Hebrew, he got virgin birth problems with me. But this guy will have to date. One of these guys will have no choice but to debate me on this because on Sinetta TV. Trust me. All right. Or they're going to be seen as cowards running from me specifically because he's debating Jabari and other people. But when it comes to me, that dude tuck tail. I'm talking about Gorilla Hebrew. He tucks tail and haul ass. All right. So now, let's play this. I want to cut that light on so damn. Let me check. Let me check your wake up. Let me cut this light on. I got you. I want to go to my notes. All right. Wow. Give me a second. Second. And I gotta use the damn bathroom in a second. Able to cut this light on. Cool. He's the watcher. All right, so let me. So like I said, I dozed off on some of this stuff because it's so damn boring. But let me start here.
In 35, it says, "Will he? Whither will he go that we cannot find him? Will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? We have."
So here's my position. It's no way possible for one West Israelites that take these weird positions to go into Greek and be correct. It's impossible. If they go into Greek, they're gonna be wrong. Okay, and I'm gonna show and prove. Watch this. Well, I already did, but Helen and Hellenus.
This word Helen being used, right? It says we go to the dispersed, the diasporan, right? The root word is diaspora, right? It says amongst the Helen, but in its inflected version, it's Helenon. Helen.
Okay, that's the part.
This.
So hold on. That's the part I'm trying to get him to go back on. All right. So
it says we go to the dispersed, the diasporan, right? The root word is diaspora, right? It says amongst the Helen, but in its inflected version, it's Helen.
So that's why I say they make a mistake. Like they kind of confuse themselves when it comes to dispersed and scattered. They will use them interchangeably, and at some point, just keep in mind what I'm telling you. At some point, they'll argue that they're different. So now he is using them interchangeably. I don't know if he's going to do it in this particular video, but I either seen him do it with his debate with Yermer, or it could have been another one Western. Okay, so let me.
Known. Helen, the root word is diaspora, right? It says amongst.
Wait, let me make it bigger.
The Helen, but in its inflected version, it's Helenon.
Okay, dude. Let me look at this word. Okay, all right, cool. All right, okay, cool.
Helen. This is this little V looking character. This is actually a lowercase n, right? This is a nu, right? So we got eta, a lambda, eta, nu, omega, nu, Helenon, right? It says and
Wait, so this must have been recent. I knew it. I knew it. Hey, look, it's 3 weeks ago. He didn't know this when he's professing to know Greek before. He didn't know that. He didn't know that those were ends. So I got him on his virgin birth garbage where he was reading the Greek wrong. Okay. Uh, so he must. I'm telling you, when he debated, it really meets because I can't get credit for him with the Greek because when I debated him, I really ain't know Greek at all. So, but I get full credit with Deacon Hassad and those guys with the Greek, and even Captain Zaria. I taught all of them on the spot in an embarrassing way. This guy Meach is who embarrassed him with the Greek that made him go back and learn it for real. See, but here's the problem: when you learn Greek for real, you can't hold your stance, your one Western stances, because it's not going to work. Because you're gonna read Greeks. It's not going to be Grecians. All right, let's watch this.
This is the word for teach. The Hellenos. Now, notice how Helen is transliterated or inflected as Hellenost and as Hellenon. It's two groups of Helen, right?
Hold on, yeah.
So let's dive into the Greek, right? So it says, go to the diaspora letter Bibles. You can click to the diasporan. The dia inflected as Hellenost and as Hellenon. It's two groups of Helen, right?
No, this just inflected. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? Like normally when it's inflected, I'm not looking in blue letter, but normally when it's inflected, it could be that one is in the accusative, nominative, stuff like that. It don't really mean. Yeah, it's based on how he's talking to his audience or the reader. It's inflected to let the reader know who's being spoken about or who's being spoken to. But that don't necessarily mean the word is different. All right, let's go.
So let's dive into the Greek, right? So it says, go to the diasporan. The diasporan in this is in what's called the accusative case, right? So when you are in your blue letter Bibles, you can click on these words in the Texas Receptors in the map.
Right, this is 3 This is new. So he didn't know this when he debated Meach. He got taught what the accusative was and nominative. He didn't know. So now that he's claiming he knows this stuff, so he's definitely not going to argue the virgin birth now. Because he won't because now he see, oh snap, it doesn't point to Joseph. So I tell the Israelites all the time, the ones that I debate and they learn Greek from me, they be like, yeah, I want to study Greek. I'm like, you sure? Because you might not believe what you believe anymore. It's going to clearly not point to what you think. It's not going to support your doctrine. I'm like, you can do it, but it's at your own risk. Your faith, your Israel, your one Western faith can possibly be shifted.
Okay. The text, right? If you're in the Old Testament, right? You click on diasporan. It's in the accusative case. The accusative case, and you can click on anything that's highlighted in blue, and it'll let you know what it means. The accusative case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun. Last time I checked, the dispersed is a noun, right? That is the direct.
Yeah, to be honest, I have no idea why he's even doing this for dispersed. Like, this is just, he's just trying to appear smart because his audience don't know anything about the Greek. Like, there's no reason to like really go into the Greek about dispersed and scattered. I really don't even know why he's doing this. Other than this, like just to convince his audience that he understands Greek.
Object, right? So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence, right? Will he go to the dispersed?
Listen, you don't need to study Greek to know that in this passage. Like, you really don't know. Like, you really can just read it in English, and if you just got a basic understanding of direct objects, indirect objects, like and subjects, you don't need to go to Greek at all. Like, because verbs, help you understand direct objects. So like you really don't like. He's just really just again filibustering. He's just talking long and just trying to sound smart so people can believe him. Like but this is like very deceptive. Like, yeah, you can make your case. Like, again, I read Greek better than him, and I understand Greek better than him. I don't when I go through the Bible, I don't even go to the Greek because sometimes it's not even necessary. It's like you just toot your own horn for no reason. Like you're trying to convince people of something. And nah, so if I go to the Greek for any reason, it's to give you a better understanding of what the passage is saying. So maybe it says something in English, and I want to show, hey, now this is a little deeper than what this King James Bible is, is pointed to, and something like that. And I say, okay, so what it's really saying is this, and like we showed y'all examples in the Virgin Birth, how like the Greek enhances the understanding more. Okay.
Direct object among the Hellenon. The Hellenon are not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people.
Okay, so now he said genitive. So now how come he says not an accusative? Of course not, stupid. They both can't be an accusative. But it says genitive. So now is he going to explain why it's in the genitive? That means it's showing ownership. So something belongs to this Helen in this context. So what belongs to it? And there's even an easier way to do this. It's actually color coded. But this is how you know he's a beginner in learning Greek. Because there's even an easier way. There's color codes in the blue letter that lets you know what ties to what. So he's just like really just wasting time, or he really don't know what he's looking at himself.
Literal Greeks, right? Let's look at the word not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks.
Okay, so you heard that? He said that these are literal Greeks. That's a problem. Okay, I understand this is 3 weeks ago, and he's now coming to the realization that he didn't know Greek when he debated me the first time, and definitely when he debated True Minister Meach. Okay, so here's the problem. I asked him a flat out question. I said, brother, when the Bible speaks of Greeks in the New Testament, are there any natural Greeks? Like he said, these are, what term he used?
Not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks.
Okay, so I asked him that question. I said, brother, are there any literal Greeks in the New Testament? He said, let me think about this. He said, no. So basically, he was telling me that when you read the word Greek in the New Testament, it's always pointing to Israelites. So now let me back that up with him. Okay, hold on. Because again, see, videos like this, sometimes I like to clip it. So like his videos, he takes the clipping section off where you can't clip them. So you got to like do your own live, and then you can clip them from your live. But none of his videos allow you to clip, and that's odd because if you go to any video on YouTube, generally, like I'm gonna say like 80% of all of the videos on YouTube, you can clip. It don't matter what you're talking about. It could be some TikTok, it could be some like shorts on YouTube, whatever. Nobody takes that feature off except for somebody who's hiding something, who don't want to be held accountable to the lie they spew. All right. So let me see if this is the iPad where I had him saying that the Greeks are never literal. Give me a second. Okay, no. I don't think this is the one. Okay, cool. Let me see if this is. Give me a second. This is going to be very important. Let me just find which one Okay, it ain't this one. All right, so I'm down to 2 more iPad. Very quick. Very, very quick. Okay, so where's the 4th one at? Maybe it won't be so quick. Oh, it's in the bathroom. I'll grab it right now. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Okay. Let me see if this is the iPad. Okay, you heard what he said. This is so beautiful because this says 3 weeks ago. So that means he had a change of heart as he started to learn Greek. He no longer believes that everywhere we see the word Greek in the New Testament is talking about an Israelite. Watch this. Watch this. So right, so it's crazy. It will be the last iPad. That's how it always works. It's never the second one, first one. It's always the last one. So they're all here in front of me. All right. So they're all in front of me. Okay, I got it. When you're reading the word, let's just say Greek, that's what we're doing. All right, so now hopefully you guys can hear this. If not, I gotta upload it to YouTube, which would be quick because this is a short video. Oh, cool, and I can do it. It's gonna be quick. All right, let's go back. Oh yeah, this is embarrassing. Hold on. Okay. No. All right. So how I'm gonna do this? How I'm gonna do this? How I'm gonna do this? Bear with me, because it's gonna be beautiful when I actually do it. All right. Boom. Video. Okay. Cool. Let's go back. Boom. Let's go back. Okay. Boom. Video. This feature requires camera, microphone, and full access. Because one I just did that. All right, so I got camera. Okay, I just did that. Why is it? Come on, I'm just gonna put that in. Oh shit. So come on. So now I can't. In iPhone settings, tap YouTube. Okay, I got tap YouTube. Okay, cool. Where is YouTube? All right. Okay, YouTube. Selected full. Okay, so I think I could do it now. Okay, so now which one is it? Is it this one? So how long is this one? I can't see how long it is. Oh, there we go. All right, I got it. Okay. So this is the 39-second one. Okay, cool. So let me do this better. 39-second one. Select more videos. Okay, cool. This is that one. It's that one. Okay, done. Okay, so how do I go from here? Okay. All right, cool. So that part, so how do I trim that? Okay, cool. All right, cool. Oh no, this ain't the one. All right, so I'm here though. All right, I'm here. Hold on. Discard. So it was the 50-second one. All right, I'm here. I'm just like I said, I'm using my iPad to edit and stuff, and I never use the iPad. But my son damaged my laptop screen. So until I get that fixed, I got to start figuring out how to use this like that. So how do I change this? Okay, how do I change this video? Why can't I add another video? Why am I stuck with the bad one? You know, let me just delete this. So I ain't gotta. So this won't even be a choice. Okay, so bam, bam. Okay, so it's not that one either. You know what? Maybe. Okay, it's this one. I got it. Okay, so let me. Okay, cool. I found the video. All right, so it was 55. All right, I got it. All right, so let me delete the older one so I won't be confused anymore. Okay, so it's not that one. Okay, so I got to delete this one. This one. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So here we go. So I said it ain't gonna take long. I actually did. So this gonna be well worth it. What's up? Oh shit. All right. So how do I add the video? Plus, it says so. Well, let's see if I can do it from here. It says I can send it to Zoom. See, that's possible. Is that possible? I can send it to Zoom. That'll help out. That'd be dope. Oh, you can send yourself a message. All right. Hold okay. Let me see. All right, hold on. That's news to me. I didn't know you could do that. Hold on. Let me see if it was sent. That would be dope. Okay, so it was sent. So how do I retrieve it from my other? I got 2 iPads open. Okay, so how do I retrieve that from here? I got it sent to me. It says share video. Share video. SS. Okay, so where is it? Maybe I gotta log in. No. Shit. Cancel. Join. All right, cool. Let me do the hard way. Let me just log in. So 8. Again, this is going to be worth it for me because he really contradicted himself. That's going to be important. So boom. All right. So I got it in. Okay, so let's see if I can send that message. How do I share it? That's the weird part. We're in the chat. Mm-mm. Okay, here we go. So it says file. All right, okay, so let me try this. Damn it. All right, so which one of these is it? No. Okay, so let me go back to the file. So I'm in the right area. It said iCloud, Google Drive. I don't even know which. I don't have no idea what this shit is. Okay, so it ain't that. Wait, is it? No, it ain't that. Okay. Tap file again. So is it in Google Drive? I just nope, not there. And it might be a little hard, than I thought. You know, like normally when you have a video, I know with a computer, you have a video, you hit the button, it says share, and you click YouTube, and it's uploaded. This iPad is not giving you it's showing everything else but YouTube as an option to share the video. On my why it won't let me why it won't let me go to my camera? It says locations, but it won't let me go. Let me do recents. It just took longer than I thought. Underestimated. Okay. It's going to be a nut. It's going to be a nut job right here. It let me. Oh boy. This, and then I'm like stubborn. I won't let it go. I'm like, so why am I not able to share it on YouTube? Let me try this. All right. This is wild. Well, maybe I should just airdrop it. Yeah, I'm gonna just airdrop it. Let me see if that works. Okay, it did. All right. I just airdropped. All right. Okay, cool. I got it. All right. I got it. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Let me share my screen. I got it. I know I end up figuring stuff out. But that's wild how let me share right to YouTube. That's crazy. Your phone lets you do that. Everything but the stupid ass like that. Okay, so now let me share my screen now. Watch this. Remember what he said earlier. He said these Greeks are the literal Greeks. When they say literal, they mean like ethnic or homeborn Greeks. Like they're not Israel. They're actually people of Greece. Inhabitants of Greece. Okay. All right, so my screen is sharing. Okay, watch this. Listen. He said, and I processed it. So I would say, when you're reading the word, let's just say Greek, that's what we've been dealing with all night, right? We're reading the word Greek. How would one know in advance if they picked the Bible up and just they read Jew, they read Greek? How would they know? Because I'm sure at some point it's talking about actual Greeks, right, of Europe, correct? No. As you heard my question, I said because he kept saying when the argument when you read Gentile, when you read Greek, that's all Israel. So I'm like, okay, damn, like you got this on. I'm like, you're wise. So if I'm just picking up a Bible and I read the word Greek, how would I know if it's talking about Israel or like an actual literal Greek? And then I said, you do believe when you read the Bible, it says Greek that sometimes it's talking about actual literal Greeks. First thing he said was no. Okay. So I just want to set it up and I'm going to play it back. So I ain't putting words in his mouth. I'm going to play it back and you tell me if that's exactly what he said. Okay. I'm going to play it back right now. Okay. Here we go. Listen. So I would say when you're reading the word, let's just say Greek, that's what we've been dealing with all night, right? We're reading the word Greek. How would one know in advance if they picked the Bible up and just they read Jew, they read Greek? How would they know? Because I'm sure at some point it's talking about actual Greeks, right, of Europe, correct? No. Wait, just let me clarify. So when it says Greek, you're saying it's never talking about a European. So in the whole Bible, no, because no. I'm talking to my New Testament. From what according to my understanding, it's talking about the Israelites, or if not, okay. Wait, and not with the situation with the Syrophoenician woman. Clearly, oh, yeah, of course. Okay, so let me go back to my screen to make sure you guys heard that. According to my understanding, it's talking about the Israelites. Or if not, okay. Wait, and not with the Syrophoenician woman. All right. So is that my background? Okay, is that my background? I want it without any. Right. All right, here we go. Let's try it again. You said process this. So I would say when you're reading the word, let's just say Greek, that's what we've been dealing with all night, right? We're reading the word Greek. How would one know in advance if they picked the Bible up and just were, they read Jew, they read Greek? How would they know? Because I'm sure at some point it's talking about actual Greeks, right, of Europe, correct?
No.
Wait, just let me clarify. So when it says Greek, you're saying it's never talking about a European.
So in the whole Bible, no, because
No. I'm talking to my New Testament.
From what according to my understanding, it's talking about the Israelites, or if not,
okay.
Wait, and not the situation with the Syrophoenician woman. Clearly,
oh, yeah, of course. Okay, so he clearly just said that the word Greek is talking about the Israelites and not the Europeans. Okay, so now he and that was that discussion. I forgot how long that was. That was like almost a year ago. Okay, close to a year. Probably not a whole year yet, maybe so, but close to a whole year ago. That was his position when I was debating him, because he don't want to be wrong, because he knew he could not admit that Greeks were actually Greeks. So he said, no, they're Israelites. So I'm like, okay, that's your position. All right, that's your position. He didn't let me talk much in that debate anyway, so I wasn't going to debate that. All right, so right. So look what he's saying now. 3 weeks ago. Look what he's saying now.
Right? Let's look at the word. Let's look at the case for this particular, not in the accusative case. So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence, right? These are literal Greeks, right? Not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks, right?
So 3 weeks ago, he's now saying these Greeks are literal Greeks. And when he said literal Greeks, he means not non-Israelites. They're actual Europeans. Okay. After I just asked him almost a year ago, when you read Greek, are they ever Europeans? No. They're Israelites. Except for the Syrophoenician woman. That's it. That's the only Greek who's a non-Israelite, the Syrophoenician woman. But everybody else, the Canaanite woman, but everybody else, when it says Greeks, they're Israelites. 3 weeks ago, he's now saying they are Greeks, European people now. That is crazy, yo. Yo, if you, I also can't hope you're still here, man. That is some stuff. That's some ammunition for you. That is some ammunition right there. That is wild.
The case for this particular word, it's in what's known as the gentative case.
Some good stuff, man.
The case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun or adjective to show description, right? This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach the Hellenos. Hellenos, is in the accusative case. They are the direct object in this particular sentence. The subject would be he, talking about Christ.
I mean, again, I have no clue why he's showing us the accusative. Nobody's confused about who the direct object is, who's the indirect object, who's the subject. Nobody's confused. That's not a controversial. That's not a controversial thing at all. We did that in the virgin birth because they was trying to act like this verb was going to Joseph and not Mary. So that's why we went to the Greek. We had to show now these verbs are pointing to Mary. It's not pointing to Joseph. When it talks about Christ's birth, that birth verb was pointing to Mary, not Joseph. They was arguing that the birth is pointing to Joseph, like Joseph can deliver, like he can conceive and bear children.
He go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles. These Gentiles or these Greeks that they're thinking he's going to go teach are our people who did exactly what we just read about in this book.
All right. So now I'm confused now. All right. Now I'm confused. All right. So let's back it up. Because I'm not sitting down. I'm like moving around and stuff. He said they were literal Greeks, and now he's saying they're Israelites. So maybe he went to maybe suggesting a different passage. Let me just be clear before I roast this guy. Now, the genitive, all that stuff has nothing to do with determining who the Gentiles are. Absolutely nothing.
The show description, right?
That typically lets you know what belongs to somebody or what verb is attached to what noun. Like, again, who's receiving the action from the verb, who's giving the action from the verb. Like that's when you go there. Who is the subject, and also what belongs to somebody.
This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach the Hellenos. Hellenos, is in the accusative now, or added to the show. These are literal Greeks, not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people.
And I meant to. So I got another laptop. It just Windows. I'm so spoiled on Mac. Like I just refuse. I try to use my Windows before. It's just annoying when you're used accustomed to a Mac. So I'm gonna have to grab it tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna have to, because it's just so hard for this iPad to like share another screen. Okay, so what I'm gonna be forced to do is share my screen to what he's looking at on Blue Letter. Okay, because he's acting like the genitive. Let me write this down. Let me write his. I don't even know what his argument actually is. Why he's going to show you the cases. I really don't know.
Will he go to the dispersed?
Because what he think is what he's trying to act like is doing is not
object. So the highlighted in blue, right? If you're in the Old Testament, right? You click on diasporan. It's in the accusative case. The accusative case, and you can click on anything that's highlighted in blue, and it'll let you know what it means. The accusative case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun. Last time I checked, the dispersed is a noun, right? That is the direct object, right? So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence, right? Will he go to the dispersed, direct object, among the Hellenon?
Wait, what? I'm doing my while he's talking, I got a pen. I'm trying to write this stuff down, and I'm not really listening to what he's saying.
Or not. So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence, right?
What? All right. It's the direct object. Verb, man. Okay. let me go to this myself. God, I can't even. All right. I mean, like I could just do it in English. I don't have to like go to the blue letter to the Greek to show you what a direct object is, man. All right. Just now you wasting my time. And now I can't. Okay, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna play this from a different. So because again, it's like hard to go back and forth between screens. So I'm going to. I'm going to. I'm just going to go to the verse myself in blue letter. Okay. Just let me share my screen. I'm just gonna do it myself. Because he could be confusing me. Because again, I'm not really reading his screen. I'm listening to his words. I'm not even looking at what he's talking about. Okay. All right. So let's do this. All right. So John 7:35. This is why he just can't do this. Make it big enough so we all can see. Okay, John 7:35. Okay. Then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go, that we shall not find him? Will he go until dispersed? Okay, among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles. Now, you don't need to go to blue letter to figure out what's going here, what the direct object is, and all that type of stuff. Okay, but let me do it better than what he did. So we're gonna go here. Let's do this. Okay. All he had to do was go here. Okay. This is a better way of looking at it. Okay, and watch this. Okay. So now we got the disperse. You see? He didn't break down NASF, TASF. Okay, that's a definite article that goes with that noun, the disperse. Okay, so now this is a noun, accusative, singular, feminine. Okay, so now do you see among the Gentiles? So you see the ASF goes with the ASF. The GPM goes with the GPM. Okay, so now remember I said the GPM is owning something. So the Gentiles. Okay, so now the definite articles ton for Gentiles, and you got 10 for disperse, right? The articles got to go with the case. So if his so tone is a Gentile is showing ownership. So tone goes with that. That's common. And 10 is accusative. That's accusative article. Okay. So like these Gentiles are the same. The Gentiles are the same. The difference is the reason why this is spelled different. This is Hellenos. The reason why it's spelled different because this is not in the genitive. See, it says noun, accusative, plural, masculine. So it's spelled different. That's the way Greek works. It's good. And the genitive. So all genitive words are spelled different than the same word if it's in the accusative, nominative state. Okay. So they're the same. So if he believes one of the Gentiles are actual Greeks, then they both are. They don't separate because this is accused as genitive. That's why I was kind of confused. Like, what point is he trying to make? So noun, accusative, singular, feminine. They're receiving the action from the go. He go. Who go? He is going to the disperse. right? So they're receiving the action of him coming to them. Like I said, you don't have to go to all this into linear to. But this is what he's supposed to do. This makes it way more easier. But he don't really understand Greek and he can't work blue letter correctly. But this is unnecessary. This is again him trying to prove he's smart at something he's not smart at. Okay, so now from here, I don't get his point. The Gentiles are the same here; they're not different. And so, if he's studying Greek, he's still not doing it correctly. All right, and again, like this is not me saying it. Like I can reference teachers from that teach Greek. All right, and it's not hard. But with that said, let's go back to him now. What the hell is he saying?
Will he go to the dispersed, direct object among? So the dispersed is the direct. Time I check, the dispersed is a noun, right? That is the direct object.
Oh, wait.
Right? So the dispersed is the direct object of the sentence. Time I check,
where it refers to the case used for noun or pronoun that is direct object. His disciples came to show him the buildings. Okay, cool. All right. So now, what is his point for going here, other than this is the direct object?
First is a noun, right?
Let me
that
write
is the
down.
direct object.
I was trying not to write
right?
down stupid, but let me just do dispersed. D-O, direct object. Okay, cool. I'm going to follow his logic.
The dispersed is the direct object of the sentence, right? Will he go to the dispersed, direct object, among the Hellenon? The Hellenon are not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks,
got it.
right?
So the Hellenon are literal, okay? Now, if he says the other Greeks at the bottom of this are different than these Greeks in all respect, he's stupid. He's stupid. So let's see if he says that.
Let's look at the word. Let's look at the case for this particular word. It's in what's known as the genitive case. The genitive case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun or adjective to show description, right? This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach the Hellenos. Hellenos, is in the accusative case. They are the direct object in this particular sentence. The subject would be he, talking about Christ.
Because they're being
like, will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles?
So the reason why they're the direct object, because they're the one being taught. They're receiving the teaching from Christ. So the speculation is that where would Christ go? Will he go to disperse? Will he go into the disperse? Well, I've got the quote. But this one is, will he teach the Gentiles? So the action is coming to the Gentiles. That's why they're in the accusative. They're receiving the action from the teaching. The teaching is the verb, right? It's, like I said, it's not, you don't need to go to the goddamn Greek to know that. Now, what is he saying now?
Gentiles or these Greeks that they're thinking he's going to go teach are our people who did exactly what we just read about in this book, this scholastic book.
Right.
They're thinking he's going to go teach are our people who did it.
Yeah, is he saying the Gentiles now are the Israelites? Yeah, this dude is stupid. He can't even pretend to be smart. Yeah, what the all right, so I got to go back, start teaching the basics of Greek again, like the accusative, nominative, the spelling. Why the spellings are different. They're not different. They're not a different meaning or different word. They're just different in the sentence, right? So the way a word could be spelled, like let me give you an example. When you look at when you look up hold on, I want to give a good one. Wait, let me pause that. Let me first see if he's saying what I think he's saying.
Exactly what we just read about in this book, this scholastic book. Now, I actually didn't even notice. I'm gonna read this real quick about the author. So the author's name is Victor Cherakova, right? Read about in the house. Oh, it's in the account now, or added to the show description, right? This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach the Hellenos. Hellenos, oh, it's in the accusative case. They are the direct object in this particular sentence. The subject would be he, talking about Christ. Right? Will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? These Gentiles or these Greeks that they're thinking he's going to go teach are our people who did exactly what we just read about.
Yeah, he just said it. He just said that these Greeks are people. He thinks that the two Gentiles in this sentence are different people. So he thinks the dispersed is one people. And when it says Gentiles, that's the literal Greeks. And then it says Gentiles again, that's, I guess, the lost tribe of Israel. Yo, this dude is sick. So as I'm thinking he got better in Greek, he did not get better. He's horrible. That Gentile is the same as the other Gentile in the same sentence. They're both Gentiles. The reason why they spell different, because in Greek, the spellings are different depending on the case, right? And even the article has to match the case. The articles kind of let you know. The articles themselves is like Spanish. Like when you see la, that's singular feminine. When you see L, that's L, that's singular masculine. When you see you get what I'm saying. I'm a little rusty on my Spanish, but the article will tell you whether something is masculine or feminine. You don't need to see the actual noun. The article and the noun has to follow the article. And Greek is even more specific and strict. The cases, the articles are case sensitive. So the articles follow the case. So the is spelled a certain way when the noun is accusative. So the article has to be accusative. The article changes when the noun is in the nominative, the subject. So now the article, the has to be in the nominative, and it's spelled, the article doesn't change. The nominative, it stays a certain way. Then when you have the genitive, the genitive stays a certain way. Okay, it doesn't change when you study Greek for real. So they're going. So the doesn't. So the isn't different. It's still the. Just because it's spelled differently doesn't mean it's not the anymore. It's still the. Just it follows the case. Like Spanish, but even more strict. This guy's weird.
In this book,
but I had shown this in one of my videos when I was like, I already showed this stuff. If y'all go to my old Virginburg videos, you'll see me going to spellings and things like that, the cases.
this scholastic book.
But this guy,
now, he
thinks because Gentiles are spelled different, not understanding they have to be if it's a different case. One time, the Gentiles in the genitive showing descriptions are spelled different. Even the spelled different. So let me just show you that. Let me just show you the the's for the Gentiles spelled different. Okay. So let's go to the Greek. Okay. Okay, you see, this is tone. This is tone. Tone, that's, when you see that little omega O and the N, that is normally the singular, that is normally the singular genitive art. Okay. Tous. Tous, I believe I'm a little rusty. I know tone for sure. But I think I got my notes, but I think tous definitely, you see, this is an article. This is the. I believe to. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say always, but this is in the accusative. It's still the. This is the. That is the. This is the. The spelling changes because the case that comes after it. This is a genitive case for the. This is a accusative. And now let's go and look at it for no reason. Again, like there's no reason to look at this. See that that's in a nominative. So that the is an nominative. Now watch for now. Look at this is the accusative. Tus is the accusative article for the. Now what I didn't go up yet. Now I'm gonna go up to the Gentiles that's in genitive. I guarantee you the root was going to be the O, the ha. See, ha. But you see what's above it, tone. So the root would be the same. The root is going to be the nominative all the time, but it's not using the nominative in this sentence. It's used as the genitive, the, and then down here the same ha in the nominative, but when you say the, it's going to be used in the accusative. Now, so that's why I'm glad I ain't jumped the gun. So I knew that this twos wasn't always the same, only when it's plural. So this is accusative in the plural, so the S is there. I believe that's why I kind of stuck. I believe if the S is not there, it's TOU. I believe TOU is the accusative singular. So it's easy to find that out. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. This is what he can't do. We're in pure Greek right now. All right. This is what he can't do. Now, this is the genitive. That right there, that's genitive. See? Genitive. Genitive. Ha, that's genitive. This is the singular feminine, right? So not masculine. Genitive. See, look, two, T-O-U, T-O-U, see right here? See right here? Right here? See right there? Two, see that two? T-O-U? That's singular. No S there. Watch. Genitive, singular, neuter. That's a little different. But singular. No S there. It's not plural. Okay. So even in my rusty state, I'm still better than him in his current study in the Greek. All right. Now that was a complete waste of time. But I had to do it just to let you guys know, and people that watch his stuff, that the Gentiles are the same. They're spelled different because they got to go with the article, just like Spanish, right? And just like most languages. So in Spanish, if you say los libros, you got, if you're trying to say libros, like books, plural, then the article can't be L. It has to be los. The article got to match the noun and number. And in Greek, the article got to match the noun and case. Oh boy. The vineyard worker. It is hard to validate, to pass without proof of seeing it for ourselves to validate the event. And, okay. So that's why I had to go over this with you. Again, if you study any language, you I don't care if it's French, Swahili, you would have got what I'm saying. If you never studied a language, then this could be a little confusing the way I'm trying to explain it. But if you study Spanish or anything in Italian, this would be, what I just said is going to make the most sense to you. What he said is not going to make any sense to you if you study a second language. That's a fact. Back to the fact. Okay. So let me go. I gotta make sure I got the right iPad in my hand. All right, so let me press play.
I'm gonna read this real quick about the author. So the author's name is Victor Cherikover, right?
Now this is him deflecting because I guess what he tried to teach didn't make sense really, even to him. He want to go somewhere else to try to be smart again.
And actually, I'm gonna just read the back of the book. It says the encounter between Jews and Greeks marked one of the most revolutionary meetings in the ancient world. For in that encounter, politics, economics, culture, and religion changed dramatically. Said religion changed dramatically. Victor Cherikover.
What did this guy do with his overall point about Jews being the Greeks or the Gentiles?
Who devoted his entire scholarly life to the study of and
they pick and choose what they read, because why don't you read Gentiles? And it's like they with the same dictionary, they won't stand by it. If we're debating them on any topic, me and Meat's gonna stand by this dictionary 100%. They're not. They're gonna pick and choose when they stand by it, and then like give a disclaimer. Well, not everything here is right. Okay, well, what's right? Only what I agree with. Okay, cool.
Hellenistic period offers here a benchmark assessment of that encounter. In this reprinted edition of his most famous work, including a new preface by University of Chicago Professor John J. Collins, Cherikover uniquely combines an analysis of two of the most intriguing episodes of Jewish history in antiquity: the events that led to the Maccabean rebellion and the struggle for rights in Alexandria in the 1st century CE. Right now, let's read about this guy who actually wrote this. Victor Cherikover.
Why?
Was born in 8 for Palestine. He was one of the.
What is the point?
Hellenism affected Jews, right?
Okay, so you see, he's being slick again. He keeps saying Hellenism. Okay, brother, Hellenist and Helen. Matter of fact, let me just do that. Let me just knock this out. So 735. So we got, where's Helen? We got Helen here. Okay, so Helen. Okay, so we got Helen right here. Okay. So Helen, Greek 20 times, Gentile 7 times. Make it big so y'all can see. So why he keep doing this? So Helen is 1672, right? Strong's G stands for Greek, 1672. Greek 20 times, Gentile 7 times. I don't see Israelite here. It says it's a Greek either by nationality, whether a native of the mainland or of the Greek islands or colonies. In a wider sense, the name embraces all nations, not Jews. So you see, so Helen deals with anybody, but in a wider sense, in a general sense, but specifically, it's a Greek. Okay, but it's not going to be Jews. They're out. Okay, now, so if you see the word Helen in the New Testament, it ain't dealing with Jew. Now watch this. So now it says, so now this is 1671, Helene. This is a different word. It says a Hellen, a Grecian or inhabitant of Hellas. By extension, a Greek-speaking person, especially a non-Jew. So this would be, and it says Gentile Greek. So this is a non-Jew again. 1671 is a non-Jew. Okay. So let's go to, I want to find Hellenist. Let me see if I can type it in here. I want you to catch his foolishness. Oh, I went. Okay, whatever. Okay. I didn't want Hellenistic. I wanted Hellenist. Okay. There are no Hellenist. Oh yeah, I went to no wonder. Let me see this. Okay. So yeah. So wrong. So let me go here. All right. Okay. Let's do this. You know what? How about this? Let me go back first before I switch. Let me just type this. Let's see if this works. There we go. I still got it. Hellenese. Okay.
Strong's G 1674. Hellenese.
So remember, I showed you
Hellenese.
1671. We looked at 1672. But now we're looking at 1674. These are all different words. Okay, so what is 1674? This is reserved for a Greek woman and not a Jewess. So a Jewess is a Hebrew woman. So when you see Hellenese, that is referring to not even a man. This is a woman who's Greek. Okay, so and it shows you the passages where they're listing a Greek woman. Okay, so 1675. Let's do that one. See, I even know them by their damn Strong's number. 1675. 16. I believe this is it. Okay, so Hellenistes, all right? What is that? This is 1675. This is a Hellenist. Now watch this. This is who he's speaking about. This is a whole different person. This is a whole different noun. So what is a Hellenist? Okay, so they're called Grecians, right? Watch this. A Hellenist. So remember, he keeps saying Hellenistic. But we're reading Hellenese, Helen. That's it. He's saying Hellenist or Hellenistic. Look what that is. Is one who imitates the manners and customs for the worship of the Greek and use the Greek tongue. Hold on. Let me get Meech in here. This is just so embarrassing. Okay, so a Hellenist is used in the New Testament of Jews born in foreign lands and speaking Greek. So this is correct. So this is a Jew, a Hellenist, and that Strong's number will be 1675. If you see 1672, like we seen in John 7:35, those are natural, literal Jews. Both of the words Gentile there. Okay, they're natural. Did I say Jews? They're natural Greeks. Natural, might be slip of the tongue. So when you see 1672, natural Greeks. When you see 1671, natural Greeks. When you see 1674, that's a Greek woman. And not until you see 1675, you're finally reading about an Israelite who's taken on Greek customs. Meet you there?
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm gonna show you this too.
Bro, you missed a lot. Oh my God.
Bro, I thought you was getting off.
Yeah, this dude had me so confused. Well, I was laying down to my son at the bed, so I got up. I was dozing off too. You know how that works. So
Yeah.
when I was not able to fall asleep, I actually got enough to get up, and he was thoroughly sleep. I cut the light on, bro. This dude, like, it looked like what you did to him in the Greek. He tried to go back and read it and study it, but like people don't understand. Like, you just can't pick up books and read them. Like especially like when you're learning something, it's difficult to learn a different language. You got to be disciplined. It takes hard work. Like I learned. I can't say I learned all of Greek, but I learned a lot of Greek in like 1 month. That's because I did nothing but study Greek. All I did was read. I didn't even go live that month. All I did was study Greek, how to pronounce it, the letters, and the cases, the like basics. I did all that in 1 month. How to read it, diphthongs, all that shit in 1 month. He didn't do that because you gotta be a special person. Like that got to be in you. You got to be a studious person.
That's like the one dude. I don't know if you've seen him on YouTube. He learns languages, and he's able to learn the language in 24 hours because of how many languages he studies. You know,
Right.
you got to
Like,
really be adamant about it.
You'll see a pattern. You had gave me something now because I'm like I study in patterns. So whatever a guy was, he was able to see a common pattern amongst languages, and that's why he's able to do it so easy. But it took him to like probably study like 3-4 languages to finally see that pattern. Like, oh wow, this pattern keep being there. And some of the patterns are this.
What he did was he understood certain conversations he would have, and he basically just learned that and thought of other avenues the conversation could go. And then also he just played like whatever type of because some of the languages are unknown languages that he knows. Like he learned some African languages, some weird Indian languages, and he just said that's his method. 24 hours, he's not fluent. What'd you say?
I think it's called Gujarati. Well, that's one of the languages in India. Gujarati.
Maybe the guy. You might have seen him on YouTube. He
Lights.
His
name Lights.
His name's like he's a white guy, but his name's like Xiang something. Let me find it. But like he's fluent in Mandarin because he went to college in Beijing for 2 years, so he studied out there. But he's just he's the language guy.
Oh yeah. So he's probably better than the guy. The guy don't speak that many languages. All right, so look, let me go back. Let me just go back. So I want you to see this for yourself, all right? Because I already seen it, and I shared it with the live, and I'm somebody who took a break from Greek for like a couple months, so I still know more. I can still run laps around this guy. All right, so
here we.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back.
And it would be he talking. It says anti now or added to the show. Will you go to the time I check the dispersed? Right, if you're in what's called the accusative.
Oh yeah, I heard him bad, bro.
Now notice how Helen.
No. This is
transliteral
or you talked to him months ago. This is 3 weeks ago. So that means that he's supposed to have been studying it and getting better because when you debated him months ago, you exposed that he didn't know Greek. So that's why he wouldn't do that with you. So
yeah,
this is him just 3 weeks ago. This is relatively new. So you would think that some of the things you talk because he did like go into some of the letters, like he finally know the V is an N. He did. So he went to explain that. So it almost came off like, okay, me speaking so bad, it made him go learn Greek the right way.
Yeah.
But not so. So as you're gonna see, that's this.
As Hellenos and as Hellenos, two groups of Hellen, right? So let's dive into the Greek, right? Reflected as Hellenos and as Hellenos, two groups of Hellen, right?
Hellenon, two groups. No, it's root inflected.
Right. So his terminology he's using is not. You don't learn that in Greek. You don't learn there's two groups. You don't learn. So it's real easy to you can't fake intelligence. it's real easy to know if somebody's faking because of the language they're using to explain what they're reading. It's like, yo, you don't read about groups like that, especially with the same word. These are cases. You got two different.
Exactly. And the only reason he doesn't know that, I guarantee you, is because he probably only studied what the accusative and other things are, but he didn't study like the endings, the case endings. Like even if I like say I've learned all the case endings. If I go and look at this, I'll be like, oh, Helene, that's the lexical form, and Helenon, that's the what is that? The plural genitive. You know, I don't even have to look at the parsing to know that. Omega nu, that's the
right, and that's what I was going over. But he was trying to like show like accusative, direct objects, and he went into the Greek. I'm like, dude, you could look at the like that same rule applies in all languages, verbs, direct objects. That's everything. If you receive the action, that's always going to be you're directly getting the object. You did,
right.
and so that you don't need to go to the Greek to see that. You can read the English. So I read the English and show how, this verb, this noun is receiving this action from this noun.
Right. He has given his kingdom. Kingdom will be the direct object unto us. We are the indirect object. That's simple.
So now he said, and people always use the finger quotations incorrectly. And my uncle does that a lot. So he just did. He said, Helene. Like, dude, like, why are you quoting like he's using like the finger quotations for Helene? That's stupid. You don't.
Yeah.
That's not a quote. That's the real thing. Listen to where it goes now.
So let's dive into the Greek, right? So it says,
let's dive into the Greek. So now he's again like now this is upsetting because
everybody in the audience, he's in the kiddie pool. He's not diving into anything.
But look, bro, I said it took me 1 month to run circles around him. It took 1 month, a dedication. This dude, after you beat him up, well, first of all, he was lying when I debated him. But since I debated him to now, he had basically a year to study Greek the right way. And he just won't. It's crazy. All right, now watch this. He's going to try to read the Greek. Well, he's going to fake like he's going to read the Greek.
Go to the diasporan. The diasporan in this is in what's called the accusative case, right? So when you are in your blue letter Bibles, you can click on these words in the Textus Receptus, in the Masoretic text, right? If you're in the Old Testament, right? You click on diasporan. It's in the accusative case. The accusative case, and you can click on anything that's highlighted in blue, and it'll let you know what it means. The accusative case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun. Last time I checked, the dispersed is a noun, right? That is the direct object, right? So the dispersed.
But he didn't say it's a direct object of an action, of a verb. Like he just reading what that says there. Like put it in your own. In school they say put it in your own words.
Right. Yep.
Like dude, put it in your own words if you understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's a direct object of what? Adjective. What? Adverb. Okay.
The direct object of the sentence, right? Will he go to the dispersed, direct object among the Hellenon? The Hellenon are not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people.
This is the dumbest argument he could make, bro. I know where he's going.
I told you.
This is so stupid.
It's like, you didn't even like. It's no way you study Greek and you saying shit like that. I got me cursing now.
Yeah, like, bro, like the accusative case doesn't determine that when you read something in sequential, that everything that's in accusative is the same exact thing. Like, I'm gonna find some points. Like, there's probably times where it said Jesus came to the disciples and he spoke to Peter. Does that mean all the disciples were named Peter? Because they're in the accusative case. That's the stupidest argument, and linguists will laugh him out the door.
Bro, it's going to get worse. Watch this. It's going to get worse.
right? Let's look at the word. Let's look at the case for this particular word. It's in what's known as the genitive case. The genitive case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun or adjective to show description, right? This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach the Hellenos. Hellenos, is in the accusative case. They are the direct object in this particular sentence. The subject would be he, talking about Christ.
So obviously teach is the verb. So they're being taught, they're receiving the actions of the verb teach. That's how you put it in words. Like he's not even, he's just reading what at the bottom of the screen. So he's not showing that he understands what he's looking at. He's just reading what we all can just see. Like somebody from the chat can read that. Does that mean they understand what they're reading?
Like, will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? These Gentiles or these Greeks that they're thinking he's going to go teach are our people who did exactly what we just read about.
Okay, wait,
in this
we skipped something. Hold on.
It's in the accusative case now, or adjective to show description.
These
are literal Greeks.
You heard
right?
You heard them?
Yeah, these are literal Greeks.
Okay, pause. Watch this. Wait a minute. What about this? Right.
Huh?
How would one know in advance if they picked the Bible up and just were, they read Jew, they read Greek? How would they know? Because I'm sure at some point it's talking about actual Greeks, right? Because of Europe, correct?
No.
Just let me clarify. So when it says Greek, you're saying it's never talking about the European.
So in the whole Bible, no.
No. I'm talking about New Testament.
From what according to my understanding, it's talking about the Israelites.
You heard that? So.
He's the dispersed are among the Israelites.
Bro. He just said to me that there's no case where a Greek the word Greek is representing a literal Greek, a natural born person from Greece. He said they're Israelites except for that one Syrophoenician woman who's called a Greek. She's the only non-Israelite who's called a Greek. Okay, then he comes here and he reads this 3 weeks ago, and now he's saying there is a literal Greek.
Wow.
Look at the word
interesting.
not in the accusative case, letting us know that the dispersed and the Hellenon are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks, right?
And that's why I asked that question. Even though he let me talk the entire debate, I said, okay, so when I do speak, I got to hit hard. I said, okay, before I go, because he keep preaching, before I go, let me get him to, because I knew he had to say that. So I knew the right question to ask him that's going to come back and bite him. It didn't come back and bite him at that point because he wanted to keep talking forever. But I knew it would come back and bite him. And look, he just did. He went back and said, there are literal European Greeks. Okay. So now, keep in mind what he's reading. He's reading this. Okay. So let's not get distracted because that's what he wants you to do. He wants to show you the left hand, smack you with the right hand. So let's get back to this. Let's get back to what he's actually reading. All right. So he's reading this. So it's going to be more laughable and shameful when you see what he's reading as opposed to the claim he's making about what he's reading. Okay, so let me just backspace it on up. I'm too lazy just to type it in again. God damn, come on. Okay, here we go. Let me put it in English. Okay. Make it big. Like every time you show a screen, it's always little. I'm thinking that's intentional. All right. So John 7:35. Check this out. So it says, will he go into the dispersed among the Gentiles? Now, these Gentiles, he said, will he go into the dispersed among Gentiles? Now, he told you that they're different people. Dispersed are Israelites, right? And the Gentiles are literal Greeks. These are Europeans. That's what he said, right? So when it says, and teach the Gentiles, what do you think he'll say about those Gentiles?
What do you think he would say about those Gentiles?
Yeah, are these Europeans too, or are these back Israel?
I think Ariola would say these are Israelites.
Right, it's the same sentence. Like you would think that you would think that no man that's supposed to be literate would dare make that claim, because this is the same sentence, the same word. It's not, right.
It's so dumb, bro. It's like the weirdest
he won't let
thing
you down.
you could
So watch
make.
this. So remember, when he said literal Greeks, bro. When he said literal Greeks, he's reading the first time it says Gentiles.
Okay.
You know what's crazy? He's saying
in the
Greeks
accusative
first.
case,
You know what's
letting us know that
he
the
keeps saying
dispersed in
Greeks
the
and he says
Hellenized.
Gentiles. I mean, that's better for me, but it's like, dude, you do know this is saying Gentiles, but he is saying Greeks. That's his assertion. That's his understanding.
Are not the same group of people. These are literal Greeks, right?
All right,
Let's
so
look at the
because
word.
last time I played this,
Let's look at the case for
you
this
didn't catch
particular
me
word.
because you
It's
didn't
in
think
what's
it'd be
known
that
as the
stupid to like read Gentiles again late afterwards, same sentence, and then act like we're reading something different than Gentiles again, different than literal Greeks.
genitive case. The genitive case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun or adjective to show description, right? This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach
So
the
now we're talking about the
Hellenized.
Hellenized. So he's thinking that because this is spelled different, and it's in a different case, he's believing it's a different group than the first group.
It's in the accusative case.
Stupid.
They are the direct object.
Bro, when you're trying to determine a noun, like the definition, why are you looking at the article or the case? The case just tell you what role it plays in a sentence.
Right. And every time you see a Kai, that's a new clause. Every clause has a verb in it. So, wait. You know what we have to do now, right?
What is that?
We have to go to Matthew 1:15.
Oh my God.
And show the accusative case. We can start at Matthew 1 and verse 2 and see where Isaac is in the accusative case.
Right,
and then Jacob is in the accusative case. So, guys, everybody, that means Isaac is really Jacob. Oh, my goodness. This is deep.
Yeah. And remember, he asked you before, when I think, was it the accusative? You said it's an accusative. He said, how do you know?
Yeah.
He said, why? He doesn't even know, and he's back pretending he knows Greek again. And he's back making big mistakes. Now, keep in mind, he's going to read Gentiles again. But he read it again. He said, Hellenized. So I'm going to back up. Wait. Before I do that, I just want to show you to refresh your memory. So let's go back to the Greek. I just want to, so you could fully understand, because you're coming back in the middle of me playing it. I want you,
bro. I didn't think you were up. I
understand what he's saying.
I checked YouTube and you were still on. I was like, what the heck?
All right, so this is his hang up. You see where it says hella known right here? Okay.
Yeah, hella known. Yep.
And then he sees Hellenized. He says Hellenized. So he's thinking that these are different people because it's spelled different. That's why he said Hellenized?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, now he read Hellenon. He said Hellenon, these are the real Greeks. Well, watch this.
Dude, where's the pack?
He will not let you down.
The case for this particular word, it's in what's known as the genitive case. The genitive case refers to the case used for a noun or pronoun or adjective to show description, right? This is describing the people that they're dispersed amongst, right? It says, and teach the Hellenized. Hellenized, it's in the accusative case. They are the direct object in this particular sentence. The subject would be he, talking about Christ. Like, will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? These Gentiles or these Greeks that they're thinking he's going to go teach are our people.
Our people. So the way he's reading this is how he's reading this. He's reading that he's going to disperse who's amongst the natural Gentiles, but he's going amongst the natural Gentiles to teach the spiritual Gentiles. The Gentiles in the wrong. That's how he's reading that.
Yeah, bro. That's. I mean, bro, it's so funny, man. These are the only dudes that be like, bro, you know me, I don't cuss. These are the only dudes that make me want to say these N-words are crazy, bro. Like you give these dudes a little bit of knowledge and they think they like freaking Einstein and they don't study nothing other than this and that. Oh, give me strong. No, it's like, bro, you need to study a little bit more. They think it comes like in a month and it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. Like, bro, I'm still in Hebrew studying. Like, that's how much it takes to become proficient at a language, you know? And this is just complete blunder. This wouldn't even make sense in English. If he tried to put this together, this would not make sense in English. And hey, look, that tells you a tiny bit because sometimes, things in Greek don't make sense in English. That's fine. But when something basic is this, these are nouns, everybody. This isn't verbs. Verbs, they have different tenses, but nouns, we have all of this in our language. If it don't make sense, you need to turn that YouTube video off and open up a grammar book. For real.
All right. Now,
yeah, that's nonsense, man.
When he was doing this, like I had just dozed off, right? And then I woke up and then I heard him going to this. And so you can imagine from a sleep hearing this, I'm like, wait, what? And if you go back and watch the live, you're going to see how, and then I'm trying to explain it and I'm sounding crazy. I'm like, wait, because I said, okay, let me just go back to the beginning because now I'm trying to explain what he's trying to say, but I don't even know what he's trying to say. So let me stop sounding crazy. Let me just go to the beginning, which I just did with you. I'm like, oh, this because I had to turn the lights on. Like, oh, this guy is an idiot. I had to write down what he's saying just so I could grasp how it was. It just was so stupid. I had to write it down to see, like, oh, wait, he ain't saying that, is he? He don't think there's two different Gentiles, do he?
I'm gonna come in on his channel. I'm gonna come in on his channel on a different handle.
Oh my God, this guy's.
And I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm in a camp right now. I'm struggling with some doctrine. Saw one of your videos, and I just had a question.
Oh,
and I'm gonna record the whole thing, bro. Got to.
Let me press
Unless
play
you
now.
got ops on here lurking.
Yeah, I didn't even get past. I kept playing this back and forth, and then it took me forever to find that video I showed you. I recorded him saying the Greeks are only Israelites. Or in one case, so it took me forever to find that. So it took a long time, and this was so stupid. I have no idea what he's going to say next after this.
What we just read about in this book.
But this is what happens when you don't stick to the subject, your own subject, your own topic. Your topic is Romans 11. You didn't do that. You went down rabbit holes. So now you're in trouble because there's a rabbit hole called John 7:3-5 for you. And now we're going to question you on this rather than Romans 11. Your understanding of this is retarded. And of course, he'll never talk to us. Now I could kind of peer pressure him to a Sinetta debate where I'm going to ask him, like, bro, why do these two Gentile nouns have different articles? And why are they spelled different? He's not going to know. I'm like, bro, have you studied Greek? Before I asked him, I asked him first. Don't forget, the last time we talked, he think I don't know it. So it's going to be hilarious.
This
Yeah.
scholastic book.
What's it saying? You don't
Now,
know Greek, brother.
Yeah, you don't know
You
Greek.
don't.
Yeah. I hope Grilly Hebrews in attendance when I do this to him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I actually didn't even notice. I'm gonna read this real quick about the author. So the author's name is Victor Cherikover, right? Counter politics, economics,
I don't really care
entire
about this.
in antiquity. Guy during the revolution, guy have Jews asking Christ the question: will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles, amongst the Greeks, and teach the Greeks? See how our people were calling them Greeks, calling them Gentiles. You're living amongst the Gentiles, living as the Gentiles. Guess what? We're going to call you Gentiles.
Told you. That's what he thought was going on.
That's not. Wait. Go back to that source because I just read. Yeah, I want to see that source, bro. Every time they misquote a source, I'll either try to look it up on archive or I'll just buy it. Honestly, I don't care. It's something to add to my collection. But what's that source? Because I know 100% he's misquoting the source because I just read some scholarly stuff on this topic. I want to see what he says.
Wait. So the book he just held up.
Yeah, because I just read. So this is
what was he? I'll go back, but I don't think he was quoting the source. I think he was just reading the credentials of the guy. But I go back.
Yeah, no, he was paraphrasing terribly something what he said.
The most entire scholarly counter is read about in this book, this scholastic book. Now, I actually didn't even notice. I'm gonna read this real quick about the author. So the author's name is Victor Cherikover, right? And actually, I'm gonna just read it back in the book. It says the encounter between Jews and Greeks marked one of the most revolutionary meetings in the ancient world. For in that encounter, politics, economics, culture, and religion changed dramatically. Said religion changed dramatically. Victor Cherikover, who devoted his entire scholarly life to the study of the Hellenistic period, offers here a benchmark assessment.
Earlier, he was talking about Helen. So then he gets slick and talk about Hellenistic. So I already went to the Strong's 1671, I believe, is the actual land of Greece. 1672 are actually the Greek people. 1674 is a Greek woman, and 1675 is a Jew who adopted the customs of the Greeks, and he probably speak Greek as well. Okay.
Can you see the title of that book that he held up? Like, he didn't even say the title. He just held it up on the screen. It's a little small freaking camera.
I wonder if he said it before. I think he said it earlier, I think. Because he's holding it up again. Like, he went in there to read something out of it, like a definition. I don't know exactly. So we're at 157. I don't know exactly. Let me see. Because he did go in there and grab it around. Wait, it's in his hand right now. Hold on.
And salvation only comes through Hamashiach Yahushua, right? And Hamashiach Yahushua out of his own mouth was only sent unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So how in the actual hell can Paul just change all of that? And again, like I said, the way that so-called Christians look at the Bible, and right, if what they're saying is true, it would make the rest of the scriptures be null.
All right, yes, it was around here. He picked the book up. Oh, yeah, it was on a small screen. Here we go. Okay, got it right. Okay, here we go.
Do is show how Israel is called this olive tree, right? Israel's called an olive. Somehow be grafting on our nose as, right? Because on our nose, but we're also going to called the branches be broken off of the olive tree. So the olive tree, for a lot of our people to understand, or the DoorDash, living on fire. A couple of weeks ago, about a month or so ago, right? And yes, put some water in there. So it was an Edomite, right? And you know, yeah, kind, nice to all people. So this is my third illusion.
Okay.
Right? If
I'll find it, bro. Don't worry. I was just gonna make a point. You can go back to where we was.
Him that sent me.
All right. Wait, there it is, right there.
Sure, because they believe that they were the greatest people, and like it. A
Oh, this is
man,
the V.
Oh,
No,
the
this is
Strong's
oh,
is
wait.
a
the V.
Oh, wait.
concordance, is not a lexicon, right?
Yeah, this is the V
It's
that read.
not.
Yeah. He's got to be. What is he trying to make a point from here for?
Okay, so he did something real slick. So he's reading about Helen, and he read it correctly. Watch, and then I want to see if you catch the slicks, like the Houdini trick he does.
Mm-hmm.
Lexicon for the record. So this is more scholastic, right? And what you're looking at right here is the word Helen or Helenos, Helenas, any of its
Look what it
inflected
says in
derivation,
big. It says a Greek.
Right.
right? It says a Greek, a man of Greek language and culture, right? That's entry number one. Entry number two,
And
in
then
the
he skipped the
broader
scriptural
sense.
references that's right there. Okay, but look, in a broader sense, it's kind of like it's kind of
Yeah.
like
These
what you said.
references. These references are all like. Some of these are hard to read. You have to go to the beginning because he gives Josephus and some of these other guys, and I guarantee O'Reilly doesn't have these sources.
All right, so he's going to testify he's reading what a Greek is, and this is why he's forced to say. I guess he read it correctly this time. Remember last time he did some slick stuff. So he was forced to read it and say, "Nah, I guess they are Greeks." So let me stop arguing that. And maybe he had a conversation with Assad and those guys saying, "Hey, man, don't do that. Yeah, our people dumb. They're not gonna follow up." But Meech and Abad Sports, they and ILCK, these guys are learning this Greek, man. They ain't gonna fly with them, bro. You're gonna embarrass yourself like they embarrass us and they embarrassed you before. Let's just stop.
Real.
Let's stop faking.
Ooh. No, I just caught
All
this.
persons who came under the influence of Greek, i.e., pagan culture. There's this thing called Hellenization.
Okay, so there we go. So he read number 2. Let me get that. So he read number 2, where it says, in the broader sense, all persons who came under the influence of Greek. It says pagan culture. So now he's taking that and he's saying all persons. All right, well that's Israel. So that's where he's going next. All right. Now, by the way, it says 2a. It says Gentile, pagan, heathen, and it gives you scriptural references again. So
right, you see those apocryphal references?
Yeah.
We need to look at those for sure.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna come back to this. Okay. So now look at the slickness. Look what he's gonna do now. That I pointed out.
Helenos, Helenas, any of its inflected. Entry number 2, in the broader sense, all persons who came under the influence of Greek, i.e., pagan culture.
And he stopped reading. Now it looked like this might continue to the next side. It might not even end right here. It might keep going. But look what he's gonna say next. It seemed like, okay, look what he's gonna say next.
There's this thing called Hellenization.
Okay. So now he snuck in that. Hellenization. Now that is something totally different than what a Hellen is.
Right.
Okay. So when he says Hellenization, he's going into the Hellenistas, which are actually Jews who speak Greek, or Hellenistic. Okay. So now he's going to a whole different event, a different action, even a history. And he's going to now tie Helen. So now he didn't read it. Keep in mind, he didn't read that. He's asserting this. It's, he reads one thing that don't say anything about a Greek and a Jew. Then he goes and gives his own history lesson. What happened to the scholarly work of the book you got? Well, why we can't read it there? You just said it's a scholarly work. This is more exhaustive. So why you can't read it in here? You got it. If you're saying it, you got it from somewhere. Source up.
What is Hellenization? It's Alexander the Great, the Greek, the freak, right? And his generals, right, going around conquering the whole known world. They conquered Alexandria, conquered Egypt. They beat Darius, right? They even went as far as the Indus River Valley, right? And what Alexander was doing, he was trying to force some of his top guys to intermarry with these with the Persians and the
You know,
Elamites
it's
and all these
funny.
people, right, to kind of keep the
Yeah.
government.
Outside of this lexicon, I've never seen any of them use any other lexicons outside of Strong's and Thayer's.
Right.
That's the crazy part, because like what he has here, yeah, it's a scholarly work, but it's vague. Like I would expect somebody like him, Assad, at least to have like a little 5-volume set that's going to give you more explanation on these words. Like these are just, I mean, you know, it's something, but it's minute when you see, you know, all the different scholarship that's out there.
Yeah, it's concise. Like it's like a Webster dictionary. It's like it gives you a compact Webster dictionary. It's give you concise definitions. It's not going to be,
Yeah,
you know.
like in this book, bro, I got 4 straight pages on Helene alone.
All right, so look, I want you to hear him go.
Going and whatnot, right? You see intermarriages in Egypt and whatnot. A lot of his men didn't actually like it, right? But they went around Hellenizing, right? Spreading their culture because they believe that.
Okay, so see how you using the word now?
Yeah.
When he defined it, it's talking about actual people. And now it's like what they're doing with the Gentile thing, right? You were Gentiles. It's like, yeah, but that's like, I mean, it's I got more information on that on the Gentile thing. More information is definitely used as a way of life, like a lifestyle you chose, right? Just like Israel, like a Jew. A Jew is an action, right? And it was crazy. You know, it's crazy. And his craziness, I didn't put thorough research in there, but his craziness, being a Jew or Israelite and being a Gentile might just be a state of mind altogether. It might be what God you serve, all that type of stuff, what actions you do. It might not even matter.
No, I agree with that, but nobody is called that in the scriptures based on that. The only person that gives that qualification is Paul, and he lets you know. He says you are living as Gentiles, or he'll say a Jew is not one outwardly, but inwardly. You know, he tells you right there. But other instances, he's using it as everybody else understands it.
Yeah, Abraham's seed. You know, they all ain't the children. You know, he goes into, you know, the separation of the flesh and, like, you know, your spirituality. Okay, so that's what he's doing. He's slick. So, but it's funny how he reads something and then he just tell you a story, and you can't read the story from these scholarly works. All right, so let me go back to where I left off at, around here somewhere.
Struggle for rights in Alexandria in the 1st century CE. Right now, let's read about this guy who actually wrote this, Victor Cherikova.
That's the part I was skipping past.
Hey guy, so right? And he studied
hold
how
up.
Hellenism affected Jews, right? So here we have Jews asking Christ the question, will he go to the dispersed among the Gentiles, amongst the Greeks, and teach the Greeks? See how our people were calling them Greeks, calling them Gentiles? You're living amongst the Gentiles, living as the Gentiles. Guess what? We're going to call you Gentiles, right? Simple.
None of his books will say that.
Yeah, quote me that in that book you got there. Quote me that.
Yeah. Open that book and read that for us in there.
It's just like if, you know what I mean, we here in the hood, right?
And always get the
anecdote. I'm surprised they haven't used the argument from Josephus, because Josephus calls everybody a Gentile. So I think that's interesting.
There's some nigga on our block, right? He hangs out with nothing but white kids, right? He skateboards, right? He wears big baggy pants with chains hanging on them, right? He wears tight mesh tank tops, right? With his lip pierced, his hair permed, right? Black eyeliner and
Dennis
black
Rodman?
nail polish. People say, and then they go listen to goddamn punk rock and damn heavy metal. We're gonna say that's a white boy.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're gonna say
Oh,
why are
that's
you
a
acting?
weirdo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if we go close to what he's saying, the further we'll go is why you acting like one of them? Why you acting like a white boy? That's what we're gonna say. Why are
Yeah.
you
Why are you
acting
acting white?
like this? But
Right.
no black person will look at another black man and he's clearly black and say he's a white boy. Like you'll be the most dumbest person in your neighborhood. He's clearly black. You're looking at Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
You're like, yo, that's a white boy. Lil Uzi Vert,
Yeah.
that's a white boy.
That's like looking at a chicken and be like, oh, that's a cute dog. You
Yeah.
stupid.
Right. I don't care what
It's
you dress
weird.
that chicken as. Like, so his examples again, they're just stupid, man. But you're the smartest person in the room because you're the only person in the room. And then when you allow people in your room, you overtalk them. We seen his debates with other people. When you're in his house, shit,
You ain't
you
saying
got
nothing.
you got no rights.
That nigga's black heart is revolt. Same with the Greeks. You want to live like the Gentiles? Guess what? We're going to call you Gentiles. It's just that simple.
Yeah, if it was that simple, I'm sure at least one scholar would say that.
So now
Right.
let's go to Luke chapter 15. Right?
You know what's funny too?
Yeah.
So I like reading this book alongside some of the stuff we look at. Where did I put it? Let me find it. But it goes into some of the traditions of the rabbis. It brings in the Talmud, some of their stuff. And I was going over let me find it. 735. And it said something interesting about the rabbis. It said, let me find it. Okay. So he says to the dispersed among the Gentiles, he says, I confess Hellenes in the apostles' writings does very frequently denote Gentiles, to which that of the rabbins agrees well enough. He gives a Hebrew phrase. I don't even know how to say that. The wisdom of the Greeks, the wisdom of the Gentiles. But here I would take Hellenon in its proper signification for the Greeks. It is doubtful indeed. And then, it's doubtful indeed whether diaspora Hellenon ought to be understood as the dispersed Greeks or the Jews dispersed among the Greeks. That's a fair point, because dispersed could be talking about people who are not Israel, because there's other people who were dispersed, even though Israel was the most dispersed.
Like the Egyptians. The Egyptians were dispersed to all nations.
Right. Because if you think about it, at this time, the Greeks were not ruling, but they did have cities. So they were dispersed among the Roman Empire. So there is an argument there that these are just,
Nobody's arguing the word dispersed is point to Israel.
Yeah. Nah, it's this dude has an issue with Helene.
Yeah. What's in question is when it says Gentiles. For him,
right?
Not for me, but for him. So when it says dispersed, that's not, like you said, dispersed could be anybody. Many people were dispersed. Like I said, I see the Egyptians were dispersed to all nations. Like Israel was dispersed, scattered to all nations. So were the Egyptians. Okay. So that's not the issue. The issue is for him, because he gets to Gentiles, and now we have an issue because he's saying that the first Gentile is one. He said two groups. He said, it's his own words. He said two groups. So in his mind, the first group was Greeks, actual real Greeks. He said literal Greeks. And the second one, he said that was his people that was behaving like Greeks. So that is the hiccup, not the dispersed or the scattered.
I can't say it enough. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I hope Assad don't borrow shit like this from
Prodigal son, right?
Bro, I will cook him
Let's read
if
it.
he does, bro.
Luke 15:1.
I still got that dude phone number too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't texted him back because I'm like, okay, if I text him back, like, there's a possibility he could block me, cool, but there's a possibility I could get another little combo.
Yeah, but if you're gonna block it, he's just gonna block it. There's nothing you're gonna do about that. Because
but I don't think I said anything for him to block me. So if he did, that would actually be funny. because then he'll be like, "Oh, this dude kind of knows what he's talking about."
Well, you could bring in something different. You could say, "Hey, man, what's your thoughts on Romans 11?" Because if you do virgin birth, it's probably block you. But if you do like, "Hey, man," now he gonna think that's his strength. Hey, man, I'm gonna call you in 2 minutes. That's what he gonna do. Call you with Deacon again.
I know, bro. It's crazy.
Let me press play.
It says, and he said, a certain man had 2 sons, and the younger of
Now
them
he's in Luke 15, bro. I'm gonna skip past this. Man.
said to his father, "Journey unto
we're just
right?
wasting
He's
time.
and he went and joined himself to a citizen
right here.
of that country. He's not a citizen, but he's living amongst those people. He joined himself unto this citizen.
I want to see his point.
Right? So he's not a Greek, but he's living like a Greek. He's not a heathen. He's living as a heathen. He's living this righteous lifestyle like the heathen, right?
Right. Like comparison, but he's not a heathen. He's not a Greek. He's not a Gentile.
Like,
he's still an Israelite. So
when we look at
he'll be called by his identity. He's an Israelite.
In the Romans, and you ever watch? Put a one in the chat if you ever watched Spartacus.
You know, like his
None
logic.
of y'all have watched the.
If the term "like" is there, oh, that means I can call you that, or you're the same thing.
Yeah, you're equal
and
to.
It's like, yeah, like, okay, when God said man has become like one of us, we became Yahweh right there. We're eternal now. We created. No, it's stupid.
Yep, that's exactly how he uses it.
That let me tell you something. I think I was like 16, 17,
no stories, man.
10.
Yeah, no more stories.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Do you know he spent? I think, and this is a 2 so far. We're 2 hours and 2 minutes in it. So far, this dude literally spent collectively probably maybe 10 minutes on Romans 11. And the debate is called Romans 11 Explained. He did not explain. He did not even read verse 1.
Do you see my frustration with these guys? Like when we were doing DTXs before you hopped on, I'm like skipping all this crap. I'm like, bro, when is he getting to John 3:16? I was like, bro, you're explaining nothing. It's crazy, man. It's aggravating, especially for they probably do this on purpose for their opponents, but they do this indirectly. They're not actually meaning to do it.
Right. It just happened to be that way.
They so stupid. They just they throw us off. You know, that's just how they.
Yeah, you're right. Oh God, this guy with this.
While I was in college, and
another personal story.
I go to college.
Amongst the Greeks, and our people saw that, and they started to engage in a lot of that. Right? Started to live like these heathen. You're getting stones upon your head top. Listen, Lionel, a bunch of freaks, bro.
Taking one class in college does not mean
that's what was going on in Spartacus. And the Spartacus is during the time of like the Romans.
About that
69 gods. So it says he joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into the fields to feed swine. And when he would fain, and have filled his belly with the husk that the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. Right? He's just he's down bad. Right? It says, and when he came to himself, when he realized, like, what the heck am I doing, bro? He said, how many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will arise and go to my father, and I will say unto him, Father, I have sinned. So they're out living amongst the other nations, sinning, it says, against heaven and before thee, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants. And he arose and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him and had compassion. Oh, he's ecstatic, right? Who these sons are. And the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned. It's like I read that already.
No, you didn't read that. That's he said it again.
No, I didn't read that. It said, and the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. He doesn't feel worthy to be called his son. But the father said to his servants, bring forth the best robe and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet. So that means this nigga was damn near buck naked and shoes on his feet, and bring hither the fatted calf and kill it and let us eat and be merry. For my son was dead, right? What does it mean that his son was dead, right?
Oh no.
Proverbs 21:16. That's
The
our
Old
wisdom and
Testament?
understanding in the sight of the nations,
So
pursuant
he's going to use
to
the Hebrew to define Greek.
Deuteronomy 4 and 6. 4 or 5. He was lost and is found, and they began to be married. Now his elder son was in the field, and as he came and drew nigh to the house, he heard music and dancing. And he called one of the servants and asked what these things meant, right? What's going on? And he said unto him, thy brother is come, and thy father has killed the fatted calf, because he have received him safe and sound. And he was angry. He was jealous. They're like, what? This nigga done went out and lived. And I've been down, I've been provoking the jealousy, right? Up with the under their said that we're above all.
This guy
comes back home.
Unnecessary. Unnecessary.
Neither transgressed I at any time thy commandment, and yet thou never gavest me a kid. This kid is talking about a goat, right? Any type of young animal, right?
No,
It
he's
says
talking
that
about a baby.
I might
Like,
make merry with my friends.
Right.
But as soon as thy son was come, which have devoured thy living with harlots, so he's committing fornication, thou hast marry and be glad, for this thy brother was dead and is alive again, was lost and is found. Again, Yahushua came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He told the Pharisees, listen, right? God. They were the ones that were coming down, talking to the names of the heathen.
Hey, no, I'm biased.
You can't be saved unless you keep the laws of Moses, blah, 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 blah.
Let me stop poking fun, because I thought John the Baptist was John the Revelator. So when John the Baptist died, I'm still reading the book of John. I'm like, who the heck wrote this?
Yeah. That confused me too, but yeah.
They're technically right. But fornication, abstain from things sacrificing the blood and strangle. All these things,
and you debating people on lives,
right? And to get it right. Listen, who am I to reply against? And this is what the word Pharisee, right? Just so you have to understand.
Now where we going?
Who the Pharisees are? Rabbinical Judaism movements, right? Super. If you can't watch TV, this was there's no new thing for them unto emulate. Simple, right? Right. And before we leave, it says, "For I would."
So this is crazy. So now we're back in Romans. This dude barely taught on Romans, man. 11. That's crazy.
Not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery. Well, what's the mystery, Paul? Lest ye should be wise to your own conceit, that blindness in part is happened to Israel, until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. And so all Israel shall be saved. So Gentiles coming in equates to all Israel being saved. What does that mean?
Yes.
That these stupid Gentiles that Paul's writing to
are funny?
Israelites.
As dumb as he is, he got that point. That point that I made to you about, hey, this word so is telling you to look up, look above at what you're reading. He got that. He just can't simply define Gentiles. How he get that, almost complex point, but he can't even get the, regular stuff, man. Like you over here trying to run and you can't even breathe.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Very, very simple, plain to understand. Right? If X plus 0 equals 1.
Hey, it's crazy. Like Dr. Michael Brown be hoping an Israelite call his show.
Yeah, bro. He's ready for the smoke, man. I like Dr. Michael Brown.
Yeah, he's been begging, whatever the subject is, if you call in and say, yeah, I'm a Hebrew Israelite with Sakari, my name's Israeli, you YouTube me, I'm debating. He's gonna be like, whatever that subject is, it could be about Christmas. He's gonna stop me like, hey, okay, now what's your question? He be dying to beat up these guys.
Yeah.
They won't pursue him. They rather just, debate. Nobody's on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's so simple, then go correct Dr. Michael Brown. Because I'm telling you, man, if I felt like these guys were off, like for example, Tone, what's that dude named Tovik, the Jewish guy?
Tobias Singer.
Yeah, bro. I don't give a damn what credentials he got. If he got crazy and started teaching the virgin birth is false using Sakaris or even captains, talking points, all of them, I'm not these scary guys. I would be pursuing the hell out of them because I'm like, I got a big fish. I'm gonna make a zap. But that's my mind state. Yo, debate. I got this big fish. Oh man, I'm about to be up. They could do the same thing if they think they're right with Michael Brown. They could say, "Hey man,
Michael
I
Brown.
got big fish, right? I'm about to beat him up." But nope,
Yeah, bro. It's just like in a movie. Like before the big boss, all the side characters get together and come up with a plan, and they get ready.
Yeah.
You know. Ooh, need
X equals 1. If in this context, it's Israel. Duh. But again, when your mind is hooked on crack cocaine known as Christianity, you can't understand this. And the way in which so-called Christians view the Bible, it literally breaks the rest of the scripture. It makes every prophet a false prophet. Listen, I have several debates, especially Clubhouse debates on this channel, right? I think I went into a debate where I went into, it was a salvation debate, and I went into Luke, of course, Luke 1, right? And verse 70, of course, says, which have been, which he has spoken by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies. So, listen, we got Jeremiah 37 through 11, key verses, verse 10, salvation for Israel. Jeremiah 46, 27 to 28. Zechariah 8, 11 through 15, right? Deuteronomy 30, 1 through 4, verse 7. Isaiah 45, 15 through 17. Wisdom of Solomon 5, 1 through 5. Joel 2, 27 to 30.
What the hell he doing?
Prove emphatically that God's going to save Israel.
Nobody's saying God's
not
not going to save Israel.
Right? It's
like they are debating the wrong points. Like, bro, what Christian says, yeah, God's not going to save Israel?
Right. Yeah.
None. The onus on you is to prove this crazy notion that, Gentiles, this means Northern Israel. Well, he really didn't even give a designation, which I think he knows if he did, he would have got cut. So he stayed away from that. And, he just called them the dispersed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't say north or south. He's not as stupid as those other guys.
Calling Israel an olive tree, right? And these branches that were broken off, they're not a wild olive tree. It's still a tree. Now, before we even get there, let's go to Ezekiel chapter, what's that? Ezekiel 33.
Oh, there you go. Somewhere else.
Ezekiel. Ezekiel 31, right? So let's go to Ezekiel 31, right? Ezekiel 31, and verse 2, it says, Son of man, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his multitude, whom art thou like in thy greatness? Behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon. So hold on, right? People are familiar with my 23andMe, Ancestry.com, so forth, right? And for instance, I have an Ancestry.com, right? And I've done my family tree as far back as I can.
Man.
Everyone has their own. Amos 3:1, right?
Everything but
which
Romans 11, man.
The Gentiles who we established are actual little Israelites. They are literally the younger son, the youngest son in the. So it says, behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon. You cannot graft a cedar tree into an olive tree. You just
Here's the guy. Listen,
cannot.
he's telling that you see this crazy shit he's doing. He's telling you that your God, the creator of the heavens and earth, right? Who is known for his miraculous miracles. He just said he cannot grab and because it seemed because see, but he doesn't understand because that it seemed impossible. That's something he will do.
Yep. Just like the
Okay.
virgin birth. This is not natural. This is not something that occurs.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, that's why.
Listen.
Remember the one time we were explaining, we were debating the virgin birth, and I was like, okay, so God doesn't cause anything natural to happen, or unnatural to happen. So what about when he had the day or the sun stay in the sky longer, so Joshua could have more time to conquer his enemies? And dude froze up. I don't know. Never read that. Yeah, stupid. Make no sense, man.
Man, I'm like just lost for words now. It's just
I feel like to
unbelievable.
be where Ariel is at, to be there, you just got to have a pulse, bro. There's no credentials whatsoever. Crazy.
They're a different type of tree with fair branches.
Okay, so I know what I was gonna say now. So now, I think this was Elijah before Elisha. Elijah had, with the help of the Most High, had caused a dry valley to be filled with water without wind and rain. Okay, that's called a miracle.
Yep.
Now, Elijah was fed by ravens. Like, dude, who in the Bible can call a raven to bring bread? And Elisha, it seemed like Elisha was,
He had more miracles than Elijah.
He because he was constantly proving that God was with him. Like he was like really like showing off.
Yeah, you know, his first miracle, I don't know if it was his first miracle, but there was one I didn't understand until I slowed down and read it. He basically basically something had happened. Somebody was chopping something and the axe head flew off.
Yeah,
You
in the
know,
water.
the axe,
He calls it the float. Yep.
yes.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, I don't care what kind of alloy you got in the iron. Iron is not floating. Unless you got something specific in the water, which if that was true, these guys would have already knew about that.
Right.
They would have been like, oh, don't worry about it. We at the Dead Sea. There's a lot of salt over here, whatever the case may be.
Now, you said something. So remember he brought the boy back to life?
Yep.
What's special about that boy?
He was a Gentile.
Well, I don't know that. I'm saying I don't know. Was he? I don't know.
No, he was. He was. Let me go to the Luke 4.
Oh, I can't. I'm laying down to put him back to sleep.
Okay.
So
Yeah, give me a second. I'm just throwing this seasoning on the stove.
Just tell us. Luke 4 says what?
Wait, give me a second because I don't like to torch the scripture, especially if I can't say it close to perfect. I don't like to speculate. Well, just give me a second. I'm just doing this stuff on the stove real quick, trying to make this food.
Yeah.
Bro, it's funny because when I was in college, bro, I used to eat these salmon burgers, man. They're like bulk up. And bro, I put no seasoning on them joints. And I was living off of that for like a while, bro.
Dang.
And now I finally found out what seasoning is. And man, I ain't never going back.
That is funny.
I used to just have, bro, it would be It would just be straight up, salmon burgers and friggin' barbecue sauce, bro, and rice. Oh man, that's hilarious. Let me find it. Hold up. Wait, is this my delivery guy? Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me go see if this is waiting all dang day for this dude. Like, bro, that bothers me, bro. Like they say, oh, it's for delivery since 11 o'clock. So I can't leave my house. Like they don't give me no time. I just can't leave, or else they're just gonna miss me. All right, let me find this verse. I guess that wasn't him. If I'm not mistaken, this is what Jesus was referring to. Luke 4 and okay, so Luke 4, chapter 4, verse 22. And all bear him, when Jesus had said, this day is the scripture fulfilled in your ears, when he read Isaiah 61. It says, and all bear him witness and wondered at the gracious words which proceeded out of his mouth. And they said, is not this Joseph's son? Who does he think he is? This is Joseph's son. Like, know this man? And he said unto them, you will surely say unto me this proverb, physician, heal thyself. Whatsoever we have heard done in Capernaum, do also here in thy country. And he said, verily I say unto you, no prophet is accepted in his own country. Now that's important. But I tell you of a truth, many widows were in Israel in the days of Elijah, when the heaven was shut up 3 years and 6 months, and when great famine was throughout all the land. But unto none of them was Elijah sent, save unto Sarepta, a city of Sidon, unto a woman that was a widow. I'm almost positive that's the woman who Elijah, healed her son, right? I'm almost positive.
So let me help you out. So yeah, but how's she a Gentile?
What'd you say?
How is she a Gentile? Does it say?
Yeah. It literally says, it says in the verse, it says, but I tell you of a truth, many widows were in Israel in the days of Elijah, when the heaven was shut. But unto none of them was Elijah sent, save unto Sarepta, a city of Sidon. So this is a Gentile woman. He's bringing this up, and then he also says the next one. He says, and many lepers were in Israel in the time of Elisha the prophet, and none of them was cleansed, save Naaman the Syrian. So he's pointing out points. Yeah.
And that's the guy I was talking about right now. Watch this. Do you know the boy that died and Elijah brought back to life? That's when when I was talking to Captain, remember, I said, what? Because he acting like Jesus Christ was a normal prophet. So I said, or normal, just holy man of God. So I said, what man, I remember, can just do the things that of God without asking God permission? He just could do it. So remember, he said Elijah had caused that little boy to come alive by himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the case. Elijah prayed to the Lord, and the Lord helped him. So he lied. Now so that's why he made that video private, because I didn't even know that story at that time, but I read it up later, and I was going to make a video on that. But that's just one point. I beat up other points, but that video is in the Lost and Found. He talking about finding lost house of Israel. Let's find that lost video. But I'm gonna add more. That boy that we're talking about, that Elijah raised, like the Gentile boy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. What was special about his birth?
Oh, I don't know. Was that the other birth you were telling me about?
Yep. His mom had an older man, and she had no kids. Elijah made sure that she was able to have a kid in spite of her husband being old and she was a widow.
Mm.
So that
Two miracles.
So that is the most unpopular immaculate conception.
Oh, you would call that an immaculate conception?
Yeah, because the conception just of course, because that all that means is that this conception was by a miracle. So the difference between that Mary had a virgin birth. It was a miracle too, but it was a virgin birth. The other miracles were women just can't have kids. So, but they're all
Right.
immaculate births. And immaculate just means perfect. Like, so of course if God got something to do with it, it's perfect.
Right.
Yeah. So the Catholics can't cornerstone immaculate. Just because they made up a doctrine doesn't mean now we're going to change the definition. The word immaculate existed before the Catholic Church, and conception did too. So they can't patent that. Or it's no. Y'all can call it what you want to call it. Doesn't mean that's exactly what it is. Immaculate means perfect, and conception means birth, right? You know what I mean? That's basically well, not birth, but it means like you're starting life in the womb of a woman.
Right.
That's why it's called immaculate. It's not called immaculate birth, by the way. It's called immaculate conception.
Right.
Yeah, so they conceived immaculately. They got nothing to do with a man. A man wasn't part of that. That was all God. God is immaculate. So, and even if you didn't want to use that wording, right, you could just say whatever you want to use. It's a miracle by God. It doesn't matter because it's still the point that it was God who caused this birth to happen that was seen like it cannot happen. It seemed impossible. And God stepped in and made it possible through Elijah. It's worse now that I know she's a Gentile that's happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst.
No, that's worse. Yeah. For real.
Because as I was reading it, it didn't really stand out what her ethnicity was. And I was hoping like hell she was a Gentile. And then I read about a son. I was like, who's Gentile? I'm gonna rub it in worse. But I had no real evidence reading what I was reading. Just that. But I wasn't gonna blue at her and see what they say about her. I wasn't gonna do that. I just didn't get a chance to. But yeah, so those are some of the mysteries I was saying I came across. Wow, we got a miracle birth, that a miracle conception, that's and birth born.
Like they make it so difficult. It should be so easy. If you see somebody is not identified as an Israelite, nobody says it specifically in the text, and it calls them a Gentile, that's a non-Israelite. Like
Right.
I don't know what's so hard about that. But for them, it destroys their doctrine. I can see why they gotta, pop, lock, and break dance and get all over the place. So is that the rest of what he talking about, or you got some more nonsense?
Yeah, we're still alive. But for them, yeah, we're still alive, love Joy. Yeah, so that is gonna hurt. And I got some notes, man. That stranger stuff you're talking about, that argument is gonna be
Dead, bro.
Destroyed altogether. Like I got so much stuff. And then when I was reading Second Kings, I'm like, oh my God, I'm writing stuff down. What? A leprous Gentile was cleansed? Another miracle birth? What the hell? I'm like, wow. So I kept reading. So I got all the way to Second Kings chapter 7, and I got distracted. And I was arguing with that guy about chess and all that stuff, and I didn't read the rest. But trust me, first thing I do tomorrow is that I'm gonna definitely finish up that stuff. But I got a boatload of other stuff that is going to be hard for them. Like I said, the worst thing you're gonna do with me is have an engagement. Like we were just talking to each other. Like the best thing that could save them, they still would lose, but their only hope to like not being totally embarrassed and crushed is just to have like a real debate, like 10-minute introduction, 15 minute, and that stuff. But us talking back and forth, I guarantee they couldn't answer them my questions. I tell you, like I think like Jesus. When Jesus asked them guys questions they could never answer. So I'm like, all right, when I ask a question, I'm gonna make sure it's like the same level of question where it's like it's a good question, but it takes a real researcher to like understand, know the answer.
Yeah,
So
but it causes them like because this is how Jesus asked questions. He would answer questions with questions, and he would be like, "Okay, if this is true, then this is your answer. If this is true, then this is your answer." Like they said, I think he asked them, "From whence did John's baptism come from? From heaven or from earth?" Because they were asking Christ where his I think where he was from, or where his authority was from.
Yeah.
And they said, well, if we say his baptism was from heaven, then he will say, that's where my authority comes from. But if we say John's baptism was from earth, the people will hate us because they take him for a prophet.
Right.
They're like, damn, we can't really say nothing.
Right. Yeah, like no answer is good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like he'll trip you up either way. And that's kind of how I framed some of my questions, even the vertebrae. I asked, when we do the whole Matthews 1, okay, so begot means, are you sure? Yeah, that means biological. Let's go with that. But then we get them with, hey, but it doesn't mean biological father, because is this the biological? You know what I mean? Like, so we could like do it either way. We spare them, but a couple of guys we got like that, they're just totally confused. Like, wait, what? Like, yeah, that's not his son. That's not his biological son. So then, I did come across something. So, we were reading about which guy in Matthew 1 that had his nephew's son listed as. There's a couple of them, but one stand out that had his nephew listed. Okay. So now I found out that because I remember I told he was like, why that happened, and then when he had me to prove it, I couldn't remember. I think I erased my notes, whatever. But reading Kings,
Second Chronicles 3:17 through 19.
Yeah, that just shows that's not his biological son, that's his nephew, but he's listed as a biological son. So I was explaining like the rule to that, like the law to that, and the Israelite was like, all right, the Hebrew was like, all right, well, show me that. He didn't believe me, and wherever I wrote that down at, or I thought I wrote it down, it wasn't there, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I was assuring him that's it. And I just could not find it. So I had to concede that point, and I never brought it up again because
that's why you dropped it. I wonder. I was like, because after a certain point, it just seemed like you just dropped it.
You could drop what?
The Salathia argument.
Oh yeah. So as I'm reading Kings, I'm like, okay. So it turned out one king was about to be dead, and he had no kids to continue, the kingship.
Mm.
It was passed to his brother, just like that.
Mm.
So there was no father son. The fact that he had no kids, and remember, they say seed line. That's why it don't make any sense. Because if it's a seed line, well, it stops with him because he had no seed to pass to his kid. And this ain't a Levite law. This ain't Levite law.
Yeah,
that don't apply here. Ain't no widow die. I mean, ain't no husband died and widow survived. So he died without kids. His brother's son took the throne.
Mm. That makes sense.
So, and I read that before and lost it, couldn't find it. That's what happened with Salathia. You want to know who the son was? The king.
Zerubbabel.
No. I'm talking about this scenario I'm giving about this. The king who was king, he died without kids, and his brother this is when the kingdom split. This is like the king of Israel and the king of Judah. These are these kings, right? So
Oh, okay.
let me tell you.
Is it southern or northern? I'm pretty sure it's Northern Kingdom.
I'll tell you right now. This was very, very interesting. Like wow. I found what I couldn't find before on some old humbug stuff. I wasn't looking for this. I was just trying to learn about Samaria. That's all. Like, and I just came across all this Elijah stuff with the kid, the Gentile. Like, wow. Like, it's funny how you look for one thing. Like, okay, I was not looking for any mysteries, any jewels. I was just trying to understand how Samaria was built and how they lost it. That's all. I just wanted to be, because I talk about it a lot with Israelites. I really didn't know the history behind it. So I said, let me stop being dumb and let me just know this stuff. Mm-hmm. It turned out all this stuff is coming out. Okay. So let me tell you. Let me try to find this. That's why I say like nothing is formatted. It's all just notes. It's all just notes. All right, so blah blah blah. So okay, so, and what about this? The seed line doesn't. How about there was a king and he had family. He had descendants who was going to take the throne after each one died. How about this guy got assassinated, and his descendants were wiped out, and this other king just took over? Like, where's the seed line there? Like, I mean, he ain't even a brother. This guy, he just killed him and said, "I'm the king." And of course, I think it was Israel. The assassination. Okay, so King Baasha, Israel, he killed Jeroboam's son Nadab, who was next, and he killed all Jeroboam's sons. Okay, and then his son Eli. No, I might be reading this wrong. I hate when I take notes and it makes sense in the moment, and then I read it over like, what did I just write? Okay, so scratch all that.
I hate that too.
But there was an assassination, and he killed all the sons, and then he became the king, and his sons took over the kingship, and it went through him. It's like, I'm like, so what is this bloodline she talking about? This guy just killed the guy and took his place, and this was Israel, of course. So then I found out that King, yeah. So then Omri was voted in king, right? So he wasn't. It was seeming with him. He was voted in the king, and he was the king who built the city of Samaria. So that was what I was looking for. So this King Omri built, and he's the father of Ahab. Ahab is considered the worst king of all of Israel, and before him, it was, I think, Jeroboam. Let's see. I'll tell you. Yeah. What's up with the golden calf? Like Jeroboam got, like, I mean, had golden calves. Man, my next gold chain emblem might be a golden calf, just to troll. But Christians wouldn't even understand it, so it ain't even worth it.
Well, you talking about why did Jeroboam bring in the golden calf?
No, I'm saying like just not no. Just the golden calf. Period. It's like their time that Aaron golden calf. Like it's like when they go to idols, they love this golden calf at all idols.
Well, it was because they pictured. It started with Aaron, but what happened was during the split, since southern Judah kept Jerusalem the place of worship, and in northern Israel, that was the issue, where to worship. So they ended up, I think it was 2 in separate cities. He did that because they had so much land. they wanted to have two locales for people to worship,
Yeah.
and they built those golden calves, and that's
but
where.
I wasn't picking on him specifically. I'm saying the golden
Oh.
calf seems to be the go-to idol when a wicked Israelite turn from God and they go to worship a false god. A lot of them just go right to that golden calf. It's like, this is it. There's so many idols out there, but a lot of them like to go to the golden calf. So I'm like, what's up with the golden calf? Why is this like a preferred idol?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jehu. So after these guys were killing each other, taking the kingship illegally, Jehu was like the first king, I think since Solomon, that was actually anointed king by the Most High. The Most High had anointed Jehu himself to be the king of Israel.
Jehu, yeah. Jehu was Southern Judah king.
Jehu was he ended up being the king of Israel.
I think he was a righteous king. I remember him. Not righteous completely, but he wasn't the worst.
Yeah, they have some good kings. They have some good kings. So now here's to when they be saying, "Hey man, you need 2-3 witnesses," and it's be true. Like when the Israelites rely on that solely. Now you got to show 2-3 witnesses. It's like, well, Jezebel got 2-3 witnesses, and they end up
200-300.
And no, 2 or 3 witnesses. She got 2 witnesses to make a false allegation on Naboth because they wanted to forget Ahab wanted his vineyard, but it's illegal to sell the vineyard. That's like a family thing, right? So
that's on family-owned land. Yeah.
So Jezebel said, "I'll get it for you." So she went and got 2 scoundrels to falsely accuse that they would curse God and curse the king, and he stoned him to death. So that's that 2 witness stuff.
Oh, you reading up, huh? I remember that story. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm pointing out that
2-3 witnesses. They have
flawed.
to be. Well, they have to be true witnesses because the scripture teaches about. So you remember the woman that was caught in adultery?
Yeah.
So if you notice what Jesus said, he said, "He that be without sin cast the first stone." What he was alluding to was the law of the witnesses, like that. If you are going to condemn a woman or a man to death for a certain crime, you have to be a witness and you have to be true. If your witness or your testimony is not true and it's false, that same judgment you were going to meet on that person has to be met against you. So when he said that and they realized that, hey, there's actually no witnesses, everybody turned away because they already knew what it was. He was going to question them and he was going to ask questions and he was going to be like, no, this is wrong. This man should be put to death. And they didn't want the smoke.
Yeah, so I think Jehoshaphat, who you talking about? King Jehoshaphat was like almost like a perfect king. He had like a one mistake.
He stayed with Ahab a little. Was it Ahab or it was one other king that he was too cool with.
Yeah, he stayed with there was an op, like a Gentile op that he was cool with, that he wasn't fully cool with.
No, it was the king of Judah or Israel. I can't remember, but it was one of like the opposite kings that kept him in bad relations, and it was that Gentile king. I remember his story. I like Jehoshaphat.
Okay, so it was Ahaziah. He had no heir, and his brother Joram. That's how Joram got to the king, to the seat, to the throne. Joram did not. He was not the next in line. Ahaziah had no sons. He was king, and Ahaziah was actually Ahab's son. So when Ahab had a son, it was passed down as Ahaziah the right way, right? And then when he died, he had no sons, so his brother took the throne, and They start going through him. Yeah, ain't that what I was coming to prove? Nothing else, right? Just that.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, so Jeroboam's sin. So the reason why Israel, because the first, I'm gonna say the first reason why Israel was the northern kingdom, Israel, the house of Israel. The original reason why God had a dislike for them and favored Judah over them, it was all because of Jeroboam. It said his wickedness was so strong it extended to his entire kingdom. So God abandoned Israel because of him. So man, he said, "You so wicked, you made everybody wicked, man. Screw all y'all."
Oh man, my back is so messed up.
All right. So what else do we got here in my notes? So that was that. So that's I'm gonna look over again. Yeah, but it's some deep stuff. Yes, I wanted to read from the split on down. So that's how far I got. All the way down to the list from the split, and that. So Asa had removed his own mother from being queen of Israel because she was stuck on the idolatry.
Who did?
That was Asa. Asa.
Oh, Assad. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said Hassad. I was like, what are you talking about?
So that was just my notes, up from the split down to Elisha. But but you just know when they go to like these weird persons like First Peter 2:10, we're not a people, and they try to cross represent with Hosea 1:11, 1:10, and says, "See, you're not my people, bro. I'm gonna crush them." All you gotta do is read Hosea from 1 past 10 just to 11, and you will see what he meant by you were not my people. It has nothing to do with like you will see. Well, it's clear, like it's a straight read. It's not, and once you read it straight, it's nothing to argue about. It's had nothing to do with
Hosea 1?
1 through 11, right? Because they're gonna look at First Peter 2:10 when he says, "People came to me who are not my people." It's talking about Gentiles clearly. They say, "Nah, Israel wasn't his people either," and they're gonna go to Hosea 1:10 where it says, "You are not my people," straight out of context, but embarrassing. I mean, you just read verse 1. Matter of fact, when you start reading verse 1 and 3, you're already gonna notice, oh shit. It gets worse up to 11. Like it becomes very clear what's going on. Okay.
Verse 11? Let me see.
2. And even when the scripture they use when they go to First Peter 2:10, if you just keep reading 11 and 12, you'll see that total context. Like, hey, bro, keep reading. So like these passages that they're reading to show a false equivalence, all you gotta do is keep reading. And I guarantee you, when you keep reading, they're gonna stop you and argue with you. Like the Verdenberg. When you start to read the context, wait, let's keep reading. Or let's start from verse 1. They're gonna do what they normally do. They're gonna try to get you to kick them off. They're gonna argue with you for no reason. Nah, brother, let me finish. That's how they're gonna get it. Let me finish. Talk over you. We got no choice but to kick them off or yell at them. That's what they're gonna do. Then they're gonna go to Hebrews 11:13-16 to show you about. Oh, yo, bro, I got some daggers because they're gonna do the stranger thing. They're gonna do the strangers. So I'm getting real familiar with their entire argument, and then I'm watching their videos because they came up with their own. So I got the original One West argument, and I'm learning like they're from their dumb videos. They're self snitching. This is called self snitching. They come up with videos like right 3 weeks ago. Right 3 weeks ago, Gentile Israelites. Are you right? This is perfect. Perfect timing, my boy. So tomorrow,
Oh wait,
I'm
is
gonna
this
do
the
a little.
video we were just watching, or is this a separate
Yeah,
video?
That's the video we just watching. That's a new
Oh,
video,
okay.
not even a month old. So now after that, I'm gonna play a side and really Hebrew Gentile thing, and then from there I'll go to Nathaniel. And Nathaniel's you gonna like his the best because he didn't play around. He went straight to verses. He his whole deck of cards. Okay,
Yeah,
so
bro. Ooh, I don't know if you follow him. This is how I found out about JP and like radio, or not radio, radar apologetics. Um, but the dude got logic. He debates Muslims, and he got real popular after his street debate with what's his name, Sheikh Uthman. So he had another one live on TikTok with him. So I'm about to watch this after we
yeah,
hop off here.
yeah, I'm almost done. Right now. I'm just going across. I'm just skimming through some like random notes that they would go to on the Romans 11, and there's certain
Yeah.
follow up scriptures. And I'm trying to see what stands out because I got the rebuttal scriptures to correct their stuff. And I'm just looking right now just to see what stands out. Oh, okay, bro. Wait until I wait until I share Nathaniel Seven's Gentile thing. Embarrassed, bro. They all embarrass themselves with different things that no, like Nathaniel don't use this, he don't use Nathaniel's, but they're both equally embarrassing. Like, I mean, it's like, how do you conclude? Just keep reading. Why are you just looking for famous, words that stand out and you just, hey, look, I see it over here. And this must means that. It's horrible, man. And they serve for us. Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
can't
Oh,
wait
yeah,
for
yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh, my God. That's so much. So I think he goes to. Okay. So Isaiah 11. Somebody went to Isaiah 11:11. No.
Look, I saw this video titled by Sakari, "Fake Palestinians versus Real Jews." Not if Palestinians fake,
Oh
bro.
my God.
Not. Oh wait,
Anyway,
now
like
we gotta say fake white people versus fake black people.
so
Oh
you
man,
know how they go to, yeah, everybody's, so you know how they go
everybody
to,
fake.
you know how they go to how they get confused on the
Mm-hmm.
dispersed and the scattered, because in
Yeah.
one, well, they will tell you that the scattered is their main point is that the scattered is the northern tribe, right? Because they're the lost tribe.
Right.
Okay. But that contradicts the curses because Deuteronomy 28 and 64 and 47 says all he's scattering all of them for the curses. So when you go to
Mm-hmm.
Deuteronomy 4 and 27, it says that he's going to scatter Israel, all of them, among all nations, and they're going to become fewer in numbers among the heathen. So the prophecy of the Old Testament, it keeps prophesying all of them are going to be scattered. But when you talk to these guys and hear these guys talk, they try to narrow it down to Northern Kingdom only. So they're going to have a problem. So again, right on Sunday TV, when I go and show the curses, because they love the curses, brother, when it says they're going to be scattered, who? So are you telling me all of Israel wearing curse. Some of them actually did what God said to do in early Deuteronomy 28. You tell me some did that? Because they did, there was rewards for them, right? There was curses and rewards. So all of Israel didn't do it. That's why they all were cursed. And one of the, they sell themselves, and a curse was they would be all scattered. Yeah. So that's all. That's all I got right now. I mean, I got more stuff, but even I gotta go to bed. So I'm up too late. Yeah. So we gonna end it there, and I'll be able to clip the island stuff. I'm gonna have so much fun. All right, so I'm gonna end it there. Let me see who stayed up late with us. Who stayed up late with us? I know Lovejoy was up. So yeah, we got some folks, a little bit of folks checking us out. So Shabar for Truth, he said, I wanted him on. He said, I can show you how Israel being a green. Shabar for Truth said, I can show you Israel being a green olive tree in the book of Jeremiah, and the other nations a wild one.
Oh, like, bro, Shabar, I need that.
I might do it. If you can show that, it's over. So I sent the link, but you know how I mean. Sometimes I'm live and I don't look at the chat.
Yeah.
And the reason I don't do that is because the chat could distract you. The chat can distract you when you're trying to make a point. They can get you off. So that's why a lot of times I look at it. But I try to look at it. So it's not like I don't look at it. I just want to finish this thought so I'm not distracted, lose my point. And then once I'm done, I'll pick at the chat and see what's going on. But for him, because I was trying to get my son to sleep, I was not looking at chat at all. So I see Kate end up showing up. They was chatting, and I didn't even realize they were there. So they probably, I was like, yeah, I'm out of here. So they end up. I know Super for True definitely left. So, but I want him on to show that because bro, they are done. Yo, but that book I sent you, that volume set of 3.
Oh yeah, I got that on my book list now.
Right, that thing is just so dope because now because sometimes I read the verses, I get confused on who's talking. Like I go back and go back and go back, but because it's got people, you can see who's talking. Yeah. Oh, that's Elijah. That's not who I thought that was Elisha. It's Elijah the whole time. It's not confusing, and so that's what I like about that. Then it's it's easy because you got a visual, and then it's like comic book form. It makes it more funner. So I just can't stop reading. I just kept reading. All right. So that note, man. Going to bed.
All right, bro. Peace. Shalom.
All right. Peace. Shalom. Peace to the chat. We out of here. Shalom, chat. Where is my close?